Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Arlen Specter US Squash Center and our presentation of the individual championships of the CSA, the College Squash Association, and we have some exciting matches for you today. I'm Richard Millman, I'll be your commentator. I've been continuously involved professionally in squash since 1977, and here in the United States since I was the national coach for the US at the Pan Am Games and the Cornell coach. You might say that squash is my life and my passion, and I hope that I can share some of that with you today. As I've said before, when we see these college players, what we're getting is a crystal ball glimpse of the future of squash. Many of these players already playing on the World Tour. So anyway, I hope you're excited about these individual championships where they're still representing their schools, but this time they're on their own. And we'll bring you these quarterfinals of the Pool Cup for men and the Ramsey Cup, starting with the Ramsey Cup match coming up right now. Just hang in. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on court before us for this quarterfinal match in the Ramsey Cup, so named for our wonderful Gail Ramsey, four-time individual champion when she was at Penn State, and extraordinary coach of the Princeton team for the last 3 decades almost. On the right-hand side, you see our number 1 seed, Siva Subramanian. She is from Malaysia. She's currently ranked number 18 in the world on the world ranking. So you can see this is a very serious squash player. Remembering, of course, that she's also engaged in a full course of study at Cornell University, which is academically, a very challenging school, one of the highest, most demanding academic institutions. And she's managing to maintain this fantastic performance while she's engaged in her studies. And against her, on the other side of the court, from Trinity, you see Nouran Youssef, and she's originally from Egypt, and she's a CSA All-American second team. She's a captain of Trinity, and she was a US Junior Open champion and 4-time Arab Open champion, and she is the number 16 seed in this event. So on the face of it, you would expect Siva Subramaniam to be much stronger, but one never knows. It's been a long season, and these players have, as I said, not only played hard but have the responsibilities of maintaining their studies. So you never know exactly what's going to happen at the end of the season. You could have somebody really playing well because they've honed their game through the season, or you could have somebody who's just ready for a rest. Let's see what happens. So in a moment we'll get the match started, but for the time being, don't forget that you can, if you wish to see our other courts, go to the CSA YouTube channel, and all of the other live stream courts are there. They won't have commentary, but you can follow many of the other matches. Okay, getting ready for this match. Back in a moment. So if you've been with me before when I've been commentating on either of these women, you'll remember that I'm a great fan of Siva in the red skirt there for her deft, light movement and her ability to really sharply suddenly attack after floating around delicately. And Nouran Youssef, pretty aggressive player, and she's, I think, going to attempt to really keep the pace high, whereas Siva can play at any pace and basically is very, very patient and will look for opportunities, and as soon as she gets an opportunity she'll be in on the attack. So there's a good opening rally, and fairly good quality to start off with, nothing too egregious in the middle of the court. Ball staying tight, but a little scrappy from Nouran Youssef to start off with. Obviously, it's a bit nerve-wracking playing against the number 18 in the world in the first round of the tournament, but she has plenty of experience herself, having won international titles and played at a high level since she was a junior. But you can see already Subramaniam is really accurate and zeroing in on any loose ball. And just a slight interference there. Oh, and Siva just sort of laughing to herself because she was just a bit surprised by the ball in the middle of the court, was late setting up. Anyway, 1-3. I would like to see these players volleying the ball more often on the return of serve, because the back corners can become a real black hole if you don't volley the return of serve, and you end up playing a defensive boast. It's a very nice two-wall there by Naren Youssef. Not such a good two-wall by Siva, but see that explosive swing Siva has. The wrist action combined with the weight transfer, it's scary. It's a good rally, vying for dominance of the court. Both players trying to keep that quality length and occasionally taking the ball across the court. There's a nice high float. A little bit of a sloppy ball to the front of the court there by Siva, going to the front too early there. She'd done the work to create the opening, but she didn't follow up with pressure. She played a speculative, loose two-wall boast to the front of the court. Another non-volleyed return of serve, which immediately gave Naren Youssef control of the front of the court. It is difficult on these blue glass panels to get your depth perception, and so I think a lot of players avoid on the glass courts volleying the return of serve. Very tight ball there by Naren Youssef. But I would admonish anybody to work on their prep, set up and volley return of serve, and put themselves up the court as soon as possible rather than letting it drop. Siva let that drop and immediately was at a disadvantage. She's maybe, well, yeah. So the whole thing there started from a lack of a return of serve and then a loose defensive return of serve. Somehow or other it's a let, I'm not sure how, it looked like a stroke to me, but as I said to you last week and the week before, we have professionally trained referees here who are constantly undergoing in-service training and further continuing education. So even though I've been in the game for 45 years and I've been a professional coach and a professional referee also, I used to referee on PSA back in the 90s, I am not up to date with the current thinking, and we need to respect these referees because they are constantly working on the modern game. Well, Naren Youssef being very diligent, keeping a basic quality length going, not playing speculative balls to the front of the court too early, and she's been rewarded for that. Siva returns the serve on the volley, but didn't really set her feet up. She just stayed where she was and swung at it and headed straight into the tin. So Siva a little bit rusty to begin with, looking a little out of sorts. It's a nice little ball there from Naren Youssef. You know, not only tight but low. 6-3, getting a very nice lead here. And another failure to return the serve on the volley, leading to a defensive shot from the back. You know, she may be the world number 18, but she's the same as anybody else. If she makes tactical and technical errors, she's going to get into trouble. There's a good length from her though. Very good squeeze into that back corner. As I've said to you before, if you can really get the geometry right, get the angle and fade that ball into the back corner, it makes it very difficult for your opponent to get a free and clean swing on it. That was a good straight drop kill there from Siva. But again, another loose ball. I don't think she's going to get a let there because she'd played a very loose ball to the middle of the court, and Naren Youssef really had the right to be there. So 8-5, Naren Youssef making a very good start to this first game of the quarterfinals of the Ramsey Cup. 9-5. There's a volley return of serve. I think she's begun to realize that she's been a little bit negative in not returning that serve with a volley. 6-9, really leaving things late if she's going to get herself out of this trouble, especially with the quality of Noran Youssef. And that front sidewall nick really quite sticky here at the Arlen Specter Centre. And if you can cut it into that sidewall nick, it will really suck it in. Nice float, very nice float there from Siva against Noran Youssef. Brings her back to 7-9. She's sort of almost in touching distance. And now Noran Youssef doesn't volley the return of serve, which immediately puts her under pressure. So, I mean, simplistic stuff, but these are world-class players who are failing in, you know, the simple act of a volley return of serve. This time Noran Youssef does volley the return of serve and immediately gets into the rally. And that, by Siva, rather risky. She really didn't get her foot down in time. You've heard me say before that maxim for volleying is foot, ball. Foot down solidly first, then as you're recovering, execute the strike. If you're trying to do both the foot and the strike at the same time, you will hit many mistakes, because the balance is not controlled and then weight transferred into the shot. There's a nice tight ball by Noran Youssef, and there she is with the first game. Really well played, and great start from Noran Youssef, because she just did the simple things well, notwithstanding that couple of last rallies where she didn't volley. But she really did keep solid length, and Siva Subramaniam started off with some okay length, but then her speculative balls to the front of the court were very, very spongy, sort of non-committal, not with any pressure. It was sort of a hit and hope sort of thing. And you can see on the right-hand side of the picture there, former world #1 and Cornell coach David Palmer really explaining what needs to happen here. And I feel for both of them, really, because, as I said, it's been a long season. Siva had some fantastic matches earlier on, but just in the last couple of weeks maybe has been struggling to keep her form. So we'll see if she can come back on and be that wasp that I so enjoy watching, when she really stings her opponent with suddenness. Meanwhile, Noran Youssef, what a great start for her, and she must be very happy to be in this position. But what can she do to consolidate? Will she stick to her game plan of keeping the quality length and getting in front aggressively and keeping the pressure to the back? Or will she start being tempted into the front of the court too early? Good quality from both players. Ooh. So, I have some sympathy for that mistake because of the difficulty with the depth of perception, which is also why they're less certain on the volley returns of serve. But you've got to do it. If you're hesitant, as we say, she who hesitates is lost. So the quality of the width and length better than the first few shots there. That's good width, and that's very good width. You see one floorboard bounce, and the ball being called out on the sidewall. I guess it was so good a width, but it rolled above the outer court line. Little drop volley there. Honours even at this point. Good width and length. You see that ball bouncing on the back of the service box. That's always a good indicator of a quality length. And there is a drop, a two-all boast with much more ambition, much more pressure. It wasn't played to win, it was played to work. It ended up winning, but that wasn't the initial intent. The intent was to take advantage of an opportunity to further pressurize. So it's a building shot. I don't see too much wrong with that from Noren Youssef. She's played a very good width and length. You know, these players have got to realize that if they play a slightly loose ball and their opponent plays a quality length ball, they're going to have to dig it out, even if there's a little bit of interference. They've got to go and get it. The onus being on them, having played the loose ball from which the tight ball was played, to dig their way out of the trouble they've created. These two wall boasts now beginning to look a little bit more scary. Oh, but there's the quality width from Noren Youssef, which again was almost impossible to play, and instead of floating that ball up defensively, Siva ending up playing too fast back at herself. Good floats, and that's obviously what David Palmer wants her to do a bit better, is instead of getting involved with the banging game that you see, and that's an unfair comment, the pressure game I should say from Noren Youssef, because the high tempo hitting is more conducive to the sort of game that Noren Youssef likes to play, whereas Siva's a more all-court player, and perhaps not wanting to get involved with the, you know, really hard-hitting game. And if you see Siva start to move the ball around the court with a mixture of paces and deception and directions, that's her great game, is actually constructing a spider's web. There's a beautiful example of it. Constructing the spider's web by being aware of her opponent's position and working her opponent. Important to emphasize, those shots like that last post were not played intending to win the point. They're intending to give the opponent real pause and difficulty. They occasionally do win the point, but that's not the outset intention. Because there is no such thing in squash as a winner by design. The expectation is that your opponent will get every ball back. As soon as you start trying to hit a shot they can't get back, pressure goes on you, and also physiologically, instead of moving into position as you hit the shot to be ready for the next shot, you tend to stop and you don't use all the musculature that you should be using and engaging in hitting the ball. But now in this game, Siva beginning to really get into her best playing mode of variety, change of direction, flow, and she's just so quickly in and out when she gets an opening. 8-3, and you know, Noren Youssef's missed the volley there, but it's mainly a footwork issue, because when you're returning the serve on the volley, you have to do the calibrating little steps while the ball is still on its way to you, and that's based on your racket prep. The racket prep tells the feet where they need to be. If you're at all static, you're going to be late and you're going to make a misjudgment. 4-9, a sort of similar situation to where Siva found herself in the first game, now Noren, and you know, maybe a little bit too little too late to do anything. There's a good pressure ball, a little back wall post, not ideal, and a little bit of an awkward movement there by Siva to try and reach with her left foot and poke the ball up. 5-9. Quality required, that ball's loose. Oh, it was very nicely dealt with, because Siva didn't really put enough pressure on, and Noren very good to read that and find that little cross court. And as I said to you, the sidewall nicks here at the US Squash Center, very sticky, and if you can manage to just catch it into that sidewall nick, it's quite difficult to lift up. Beautiful quality width, so you know, great comeback here from Noren Youssef, and Siva Subramanian again looking a little bit of a little lost soul. Not really got the intensity and building of the rallies in the last couple of points here. and bit going through the motions instead of really being determined and having a very focused game plan. It's good width and length by Noran Yusuf, and a loose ball by Siva, and another mistake by Siva. So again, it speaks to me of somebody who is dragging herself through the situation rather than excited about the situation. That of course may change, and that's a typical situation for a lot of top seeds in the early rounds, is they don't really enjoy having to play against people that they're supposed to beat. They want to play against the top players in the later rounds and reserve their best squash for that. But at 8-9, Yusuf, Noran Yusuf, your opportunity was there, and I'm afraid going short for the wrong reason, looking for the cheap winner. It's another 2-wall that sort of worked from Siva Subramanian. It's good width there, and a great width there. Very difficult. You can see how much trouble these women are having when the ball's right on the sidewall, keeping it tight or even getting it back out without making a mistake. Later on we'll see some of the top men who've just got the advantage of a little more speed and athleticism. That's another difficult one, and that's very well played. You saw how quickly that ball drops at the front of the court, as opposed to where we were at Trinity last week, where the floor would actually give it a much more springy bounce. All right, so one game all, and very similar game patterns there, with in the first game Noran Yusuf being well up and Siva coming back, and then not quite doing enough, and then the reverse in this game. So here's our scoreboard, and you can see there's a lot of squash going on here this morning. Let's have a look at some of the names there. Saran and Guillaume from Harvard there on court 7, 2-love up, looking pretty strong there. Who else should we point out here? Alina Bushma, the great Ukrainian player from Drexel. She's 1 up and struggling with in the second. Well, not struggling. She's even Stevens with Wenli Lai, and Leanne Teo completing a very quick 3-love against Elena Blaley there. Leanne Teo, who we saw last week in a fantastic match, and if you get a chance to go back and watch it, I really would recommend you do, against Habiba Elder Farawi. Leanne Teo from Princeton, Habiba Elder Farawi from Harvard. Might have been one of the best women's squash matches I've ever commentated on in the semi-finals last weekend. Please check that out when you get a chance. It's on our YouTube channel. And Megan Best for UVA, dominant there against a very nice player from Canada, Andrea Toth on the Western Glass court. All right, back to the main game that we're focused on now. Siva against Siva Subramanian for Cornell, against Noran Yusuf for Trinity. And we should have our scoreboard up shortly, hopefully. There it is, lovely. So 1-all, as you can see, and nice early 2-all volley boast there, but Siva opening up too early, and this is a constant pattern that you will see, that when people open up their shoulders too early out of the back corners, it's so easy for them to slightly miss the 90-degree angle and catch the sidewall, what I call a pop out. And she did one there, so it's a let ball.
Out. 1-love.
So a nice little start for Siva. Oh, what a good width and length there, and you see how rewarding these courts are for a quality width and length that just catches the last floorboard before the glass. Makes it very difficult to get out or to keep straight. It's a little bit of half length on the attack there from Siva, and fuller length. Oh, there's that 2-all. It works people so hard.
And
Oh
out.
no.
1-2.
Didn't move off this ball. She stepped into this, and that tends to drag the ball down. On a shot like that, you want to get there and stabilize your balance and hit that ball as you're recovering to defend your opponent's response. And if you hit it as you're going in, the chances are you'll push the ball down. There's also a difference between a shot-centric mentality and a rally-centric mentality. And if you're playing your shot as a shot to nothing, intending to win, you'll be the one that makes the mistake. Well, now, there was a nice, see that wrist action from Siva Subramanian there, where she really gets that racket head to whip through, and she transfers her body weight, and very aggressive ball to the back of the court. Okay, there's a better volley. She was stabilized there. That ball's out.
4-2.
4-2. The volleys are more frequent now on the returner's serve, I'm delighted to say. And again, even though that was a half-length ball from Noran Youssef, because it just caught the side wall and the floor at the same time, what we call the nick, very awkward to play. And more sticky in some respects on this court than many of the other glass courts. 4-all, Noran Youssef not outwardly showing any effects of having lost that second game. Tight. Oh, that's beautifully played. You saw Siva just give it a little bit of underslice, but how low she was before she played that shot. So she got down before she went, what I call low before you go. And that means that chances are, even though she's hitting a very low shot, she's actually hitting it upwards. And if you're hitting that low shot upwards, you've got 15 feet of top front wall to deal with. Whereas if you're hitting a low shot downwards, you might have 3 inches to deal with. The great exponent of hitting aggressive shots upwards was Jahangir Khan. He really got so low and could blast the ball, lifting it so that it would go to a good length. But even though it was only 2 inches above the tin. It's quite nice little interchanges at the front here. Very good quality there from Siva. She was very quick, and you could see the work she put on the ball, a little bit of spin on the ball that just kept it tight to the sidewall on that drop shot. Okay, now Noran Youssef, instead of trying to think about the quality to a length there, just, rush of blood to the head and trying to do too much with it. It's a very nice boast off of that ball there from Siva because it was almost impossible. It's very tight. And again, the idea there from Siva, very good, but if you see that she's static when she hits the shot, if she could have just loaded her legs, she would have created a chain of energy from her feet through her body up into the racket, and that would have kept the ball up. Good read there by Noran Youssef. Tight ball. Ball was out maybe. Yes, it was. So that brings us to game ball for a 2-1 lead to Siva Subramanian from Cornell in this Ramsey Cup match. And finishing it off with a very nice little volley boast, having got in front. So you see now Siva beginning to move around the court delicately, nipping in to play the volley boast here and there, or the little delicate straight tight ball on the side wall, and she's really now being able to feed off Noran Youssef's ball, whereas before Noran Youssef was getting enough pace and early interceptions to keep Siva pinned back, in combination with the fact that Siva just didn't quite seem to be up for it in a couple of those games. That game, she was like business as usual. You know, I know my business and I know what I'm doing here. Okay, so 2-1 to Siva Subramanian, and once again you see Coach David Palmer really explaining what's needed and giving her a solid game plan. And when Siva comes back, of course, she's not just playing for herself. She's playing for Cornell. She's playing for David Palmer. She's playing for her family at home. She's playing for everybody who has ever supported her and loved her. And that's a big responsibility. If you just play selfishly, you don't find that you're part of something bigger than yourself. But she very much is here. Nuran Youssef also playing for much more than just herself, and she has a fantastic team set up behind her at Trinity, but she needs to find the quality, width and length to keep Siva pinned down. If she gives Siva too much freedom, Siva's got too much variety going on to be able to be given freedom to express herself. And you saw there, it was a decent shot from Nuran, but Siva's using her wrist and fingers there to just chop it down into the little short neck. It's a good width, bit of a difficult movement there for Siva, just about picking it up. Maybe too early to go short there for Nuran Youssef. It's so tempting to go to the front of the court, but if your opponent is already up when you go short, you're really just exchanging control of the court with your opponent. You've got to wait till you've got your opponent out of position deep before you go for your short ball, or at least catch her with some deception. There's a beautiful example. Siva actually not going short, she was going mid-court, but she knew where her opponent was, used the deception against her opponent's movement. Half length there, but also a half length from Siva actually, not well delivered. Two good lengths there. Nice height. Oh, lovely deception there. Deception and great use of the hips to run her body inside that ball to create the 90-degree angle to hit the straight ball unexpectedly. Oh, Nuran Youssef not really aware of where her opponent was there, and hitting it, a lob there would have done so much more damage. It's a great float from Nuran Youssef. A little loose. Oh, and again, you know, that's a very interesting shot there, because you might think that Siva was on the defensive, but she had read what was going on. She got her foot down and was able to weight transfer for an attacking two-wall boast there. There it is. The wasp sting. You know, leave yourself exposed and you will suffer. That's a good pickup by Nuran Youssef. She, you know, again, you see just how slow this ball is at the front of the court here. It will be interesting to see the men in the same situation, because just physiologically they tend to be a little quicker than the women, and so those two-wall boasts not quite paying such dividends with the men as with the women, and that's part of what I think makes women's squash quite attractive, is because they are able to attack each other with a little more frequency of short stuff, whereas the men need to keep the ball longer for much longer generally. That's great counter drops by both players. Good back wall boast out of trouble. And Siva again, you know, much too outcome oriented there, not really playing that drop shot as part of an ongoing, continuing addition of pressure, but playing it because she wanted to finish the rally there. It's a great little two-wall there from Nuran Youssef, but Siva picked it up pretty easily. Good tightness. And that's a good volley cross-court there from Nuran Youssef. Didn't just whack it, placed it well. but playing a loose ball there, and that was a beautiful length there. Such a classic example of a quality volley length off of a loose ball. It would have been a mistake to go short there, but the long ball has brought dividends. Good float there, had to be volleyed, should have been volleyed. A little two wall. Oh, and the best answer to a good quality float is a good quality float. And Siva needed to get her foot on the floor first and then play the cross-court volley float back to Noran Yusuf's backhand. But she's well in command here at 8-4 up, and a little mishit. She apologizes there to Noran Yusuf as a result of the tight ball on the sidewall. 9-4. Very tight. And creating a loose ball with her tightness. But Subramaniam able to stay in it. And again, there's that nasty little volley boast. Does such good work. It is a real gut ripper. Late footwork there from Noran Yusuf. She waited till the ball almost got to her before she did any work. She's got to get those feet moving if she's going to volley those returns to serve. 5-10. Really a little too late now, I suspect, for Noran Yusuf. Good footwork there by Siva. You saw the two little adjusting steps at the end, which were showing cognizance of what the ball was going to do, and that was because she'd got her racket up early, and the racket is a crystal ball that informs you as to exactly what's going to happen to the ball before it ever gets there. No racket prep, no planning. Beautiful little cut there across the court. She's using the width there because Noran Yusuf's cross court was too wide. And that's game and match. And yes, after a little bit of a shaky start from Siva Subramaniam, where she wasn't entirely up for it, she's got herself in gear with a little bit of help from former world number one David Pearson, who is her coach and a wonderful coach for Cornell. I have to say, I'm a former Cornell coach, and I love the work that he's done over the last few years, not just on the court, but his whole pastoral care of these players. He's created a family that really cares about each other and that is reaching out to the greater world, both academically and in the sport. And so with his help, Siva moves through to the next round of our Ramsey Cup. Here we are with the scoreboard. Let's see what else we've got going on here. Sarandon Game for Harvard has come through. A nice comfortable win there. Alina Bushma from Drexel, and we can't help but have a soft spot for Alina, from the Ukraine. I'm sure she doesn't particularly need the extra soft spot, but that's just the nature of things. Has come through against Wendy Lai. Siva has won. Megan Best very comfortable there, and Leon Teo has had a nice 3-love win against Eleanor Bailey. Noran Khalifa through there. So these are some of the names that we're going to be seeing on the commentary court as we go forwards this weekend. Next up on the commentary court, which is, if you look on your YouTube link, it will show you that it says GE, which is Glass East, and GW, which is Glass West, sorry. And we are on GE, but you can see there's 18 courts here, and I believe you can see some of the intercollegiate doubles championships as well. So if you haven't watched doubles, or if you're from outside the US, Canada, or Mexico, I really recommend you just have a little look at the doubles. North American doubles is played on a court which is 45 feet long by 25 feet wide, so it's a cavernous court as compared to the singles court, which is of course 32 feet long by 21 feet wide. And it's played with a North American doubles ball, and having played in British national doubles championships on a singles court with an English or international ball, and having played quite a bit here in the United States on the North American doubles court, in my view, there's no comparison. The North American doubles game is just exciting, tremendous variety, fast. There's lots of characters in it. We have in this country and North America generally the Squash Doubles Association, and there's some great coverage. If you look up the SDA, you can find that online or through US Squash. And some of the great professionals of yesteryear on the PSA are still playing incredible squash. Even my former under 14 Essex team member, who I had the pleasure of coaching many years ago, who is better known as Chris Walker, former captain of England and a national coach in this country. He's in his 50s and he's still playing fantastic doubles. So look that up when you get a chance. Alright, so our next match on court here, let me just find that for you. It's going to be in the Poole Cup, which was named after a Harvard enthusiast and alum by the name of Eugene Poole, because back in the day when they first decided they wanted to put together a tournament, he was a tremendous supporter, and that was the reason that the Poole Cup is still the Poole Cup as of today. Next on court, we're going to have the number one from UVA, Ali Hussein, against a real solid player from Harvard, really solid player from Harvard, who's an Israeli, Ido Burstein. Massive advantage to Ali Hussein, although Burstein will, I'm sure, give a great effort. But Hussein already in the top 100 in the world, being up to 94. And there he is on the left-hand side. And unless he makes a mistake, it is very difficult for anybody to hit a ball that he is not able to get to. Such is his technical mobility skill. It's not just a question of being quick in squash. You have to be very astute with your movement. You have to prepare your racket so that your feet actually know where to go. Squash players do not run towards the ball. I think it's very important for people to understand that the part of the squash player's body that is constantly being related to the ball is not the same as the part of the body that they relate to the world with. When you walk down a street and there's a street lamp in the way, you relate to that street lamp and don't walk into it, hopefully, if you look where you're going, using your core center around about your breastbone, if you like. But these people, they live in the sweet spot of their racket. And so when they relate to the ball, what they're doing is almost like there's a Bluetooth connection between the sweet spot of their racket and the ball in the entire time. Whether they're hitting it, their opponent's hitting it, or nobody's hitting it, it is the racket, which is like a sensor, if you like. And then as soon as their opponent hits it and they see whether it's a forehand or a backhand, what they should be doing is preparing the racket and relating the racket to the ball, and that sends feedback through their brain back to their feet to tell their feet where to move relative to the ball. Unless they want to kick the ball or run into it, it's useless running towards the ball. You have to run towards position for the shot, or at least a position that gives you the opportunity to play one of multiple shots. And so that's why we never run towards the ball. We run to where the racket has told our feet to go, except obviously less experienced players or less technically correct players. They do run towards the ball, and when they arrive, they wonder why on earth they can't hit the ball because they're much too close to it. Anyway, here we go with this quarterfinal match of the Poole Cup. Ido Burstein seeded 16, Ali Hussein seeded number 1. And I expect Ido will attempt to maintain a good quality length. I don't think Ali will get a let for that because he had hit a loose. Oh, he did get a let for it. I apologise to the referee, who I can't hear, unfortunately. But Ido will try and produce a good barrage of quality length. His problem will be that Ali also produces a good length. Oh my goodness, Ali a little bit disenchanted with that because he didn't see that coming. Maybe that's going to be Ido's secret, hitting shots perfectly that Ali doesn't see coming. But Ali's movement last week at Trinity was quite extraordinary. However, this was on a very, very bouncy, warm court where nothing was impossible for him to get. So this court, as we've already discussed, has got some sticky spots if you are accurate enough to find those sticky spots. There's a tight ball, well retrieved from Ido there. Length is quite good. That's a nice ball. That produces a loose ball, but Ali unable to take advantage of it, actually backing off and losing the pressure opportunity. Nice little boast from Ido, but that's a great width and length from Ali. So these players probably need to settle down for about 3 or 4 rallies, and then you're going to see a gradual establishment of game plans and what I would expect to see, unless Ali, like Seaver, is not quite up for the game today. I would see him start to really work Ido and pull away. Okay, it's going to be a stroke, I suspect, because Ido has played and not moved, and so blocked the pathway through. Good width, and oh, there's another pop out. So difficult on these glass courts. You have to really prep early and really be peripherally aware of exactly where the glass is, which is difficult because perception and perspective are difficult on that. Otherwise, you're going to get pop outs all the time. The earlier you prep, the earlier your mind can start planning and organizing. If you're slightly late on the prep, this is what leads to misdirections, mishits, mistakes. Very good length. Nice deception, but well retrieved. There's a good cross court there from Ido. Good width. Length wasn't quite enough. Nice intercept volley with a backhand snap from Ali. It's a good little 2-wall. Ali had to work to get to that. So that's marvellous and a good demonstration of why Ali Hussein is so dangerous. Because Ido Burstein played a very good 2-wall that a lot of people either wouldn't have got or wouldn't have done much with. And Ali's not only got it, he's got there and played an irretrievable deep forehand length. Half length, no good to you. A little scrappy down that backhand wall. Both players need to move off the ball as they hit it, not after they hit it. And Ali just giving the thumbs up to Ido, as if to say, sorry about that, are you okay? And Ido is. Ido is a rock. Very difficult to upset him, I would have thought, in terms of physically. This ball in the middle of the court, not good, but Ali not taking advantage of those balls twice now down the middle of the court, backing off. Quite a surprise. When he gets onto PSA full time, I suspect that will change. Stroke given. Interesting. But again, Ido hitting and standing and watching, although not entirely sure where he would go there. That's going to be a stroke as well. So there's another pop out, and I was explaining that these courts, particularly conducive for pop-outs, if you're late setting up and if you don't really get your 90-degree angle of contact when you strike the ball. What do I mean by 90? There's another pop-out. What do I mean by 90 degrees? You have to set yourself up so that at contact, your racket face is exactly 90 degrees to the intended path of your shot. Not to the sidewall, not to a line, but to the line in your imagination that you visualize your ball traveling on. And for this reason, early racket prep, which is, as I've said before, the crystal ball for the future that helps you see your potential shot, has to be up so that you can visualize with your imagination your future shot. It's very nicely done. A great retrieving there from Ali Hussein. Benito working him very well around the court here, but Ali quite happy to go and do the work. The match I watched him last weekend against Cornell's Veer Chatrani. Such courage. You know, he just goes on forever, sometimes in very difficult circumstances. Of course, we talk about the racket skills and the movement and the fitness of these players, but personal courage is also a major factor. How far are you prepared to travel into hell to drag your opponent with you? And often a great strategy is simply to take somebody to a place that they cannot live and live there yourself and watch them die. 7-1. Good pick up there by Ido Burstein. Loose ball from Ali Hussein. My only question for Ali when he goes to the PSA, which I'm sure he will do, is his technical skills are not the most polished. You know, his setup, his positioning, not sort of the classic skills. Certainly very, very good, but you have to be better than very, very good to play at the top of the PSA. That was nicely executed. 9-1, and as I said earlier in the game, my expectation was that as these players settle down, we would see Ali drawing away, and Ido's done a good job. He's worked him, but you know, Ali is inexorable. He just keeps going, and it's not just keeping going with averageness. It's keeping going, and then in situations you expect him to be in trouble, he actually counters with quality. Which, if you're expecting your shot to be the quality shot to win, or hoping that it will, it's a very big disappointment for you. Yeah, and he just is relentless. And this was a lot of what I saw last weekend in the team championships when he was playing Veer Chatrani. Just the relentlessness, the willingness to do whatever it takes to go as far as it needs to be taken. Which is heartbreaking if you're on the receiving end of it. You start asking yourself, what is it that I have to do? And at the end of the day, you have to be prepared to go further than Ali's prepared to go. Which is a long, long, long way in hell. Game ball to the number 1 seed from UVA. And very nicely constructed and finished by Ali Hussein. Ido Burstein, no shame at all. He definitely didn't do anything to self-destruct. He simply cannot live as as a squash player where Ali Hussein can live for as long as Ali Hussein can live. Okay, so I would expect perhaps more of the same. It's possible that Ali could lose a little concentration, but to me it looks like he really is focused and he wants to win this CSA National Championships, which in itself is a tremendous accolade when one considers the players of the past that have gone through here. You know, Victor Crouan and so many great former world-class players have been through and become champions at the individual national championships of the Pool Cup. All right, next game coming up soon. So here we go for the second game. 1-love already. Oh, 1-all. I beg your pardon. So it looks like Ido may be interested in trying to just push Ali a bit deeper when he was doing a fairly good job of that before, but he's mixing up the paces and using the floats. Oh dear. It is difficult when the player you're playing against gets everything back and you start to feel overwhelmed to make you start to make a few simple technical errors, mental errors as much as anything else. It's quality to the width, very good from Ido Burstein to the width and back again, very good quality. What a superb rally this is. This is why we have this sidewall camera, to show you the level of excellence of these players when they're playing the backhand rallies. And as I've said before, 65% of the game of squash is played on the backhand, 80% to the back of the court. That's why this corner has to be perfected if you want to become a squash player. Great width and extremely well played by Ido Burstein, maintaining the quality throughout. You know, that's the one Achilles heel that Ali may have, is if the ball is maintained tightly on the sidewall, it takes away his advantage in terms of mobility, because it's about the technical capacity to deal with quality. I mean, his quality is also good, but there's Ido really working on that width, and that limits the conversation from being about athleticism and makes it more about stroke and racket control. But you have to keep it on the sidewall. As soon as you go for cross courts, you're opening up the court and giving Ali so many angles that he can take advantage of. It's very difficult as well, because Ali doesn't play loose, he plays tight. So you've got to meet tight with tight. We can all play tight off loose, but playing tight off tight is a tremendous skill. Kind of a bit scruffy there. That's tight again. Tight again. Look at that. That's beautiful. And tight again. This is excellent quality. This is really exciting when we see players of this quality jousting in the national championships. Beautiful width and length. Trouble for Ido, but he's still hanging on in there. More good width and length. Very good in this back corner. Really, we're getting a good little battle here at 3-2 in the second. You know, nobody's really giving very much. But too early to go short there, Ido. He had him trapped. He got the opening, but instead of then punishing him to the back of the court and keeping him in jail at the back of the court, he's let the cat out of the bag. And in many respects, Ali is like an incredible Egyptian panther. He just is so mobile and so cunning. You know, as soon as he was allowed to play, rather than being held at the back of the court, he immediately pounces. I don't know if we've ever had a PSA player whose nickname was the Leopard or the Panther, but he may well qualify for that. He does such a good job of stalking his opponents before he then rips them apart. It's a stroke. Again, he's worked Ido all around the court there. Ido's done diligent work, but at the end, it's just a bridge too far. And the little pop out coming because he couldn't quite set up early enough to maintain the quality of the 90 degrees. Oh, and there's a weary movement there. Lovely little 2-wall, and you can see that's a very gradual movement from Ido. 6-2. Oh yeah, we'll deal with that. Had enough running. Let's just finish it right away. And that'll work once or twice, but that's not going to be a consistent policy, I'm afraid. 3-6. Oh, it's a lovely 2-wall from Ido. Very, very nice shot. And even the panther-like, cat-like Ali Hussein couldn't spring to get that one. 4-6. Very matter-of-fact return of serve from Ali Hussein, volleying and just getting himself into position. Very, very sensible. A little loose. That's good width and length. Loose ball in the middle from Ido, I'm afraid. Did well with that suspect forehand technique of his to just drag it out of the back corner. Although his forehand technique is not the oh, that's a terrible pop out from Ali, but he's got away with it. Although Ido's technique, as I've identified, is not the classic squash technique, he does seem to have managed it quite well and become a very proficient player. It just doesn't allow him to attack in those back corners very well. Fantastic movement. Again, springing to the front of the court where most people would have struggled to get there, and not only getting there, but replying with interest to what was a very good shot there from Ido Burstein. The UVA Cavalier really on song here today in this quarterfinal match of the Pool Cup, the national championships of the CSA here in the United States. This is good work. It's a nice 2-wall, but again he's gotten there and he's managed to wrong foot him. Well done, Ido Burstein. Not easy to beat Ali Hussein for maneuverability. 5-7. He's done much better in this game than he did in the first. See, it's no good intercepting if you're going to hit the ball back at yourself. I think Ali a little disappointed he's not getting a stroke out of that. Or perhaps he is getting a stroke out of it. He is getting a stroke out of it. And Ito equally a little bit concerned because he thought a let had been given, and now it seems to him like the decision has been changed. Owen's gone back to 7-5. So a little bit of wavering there on behalf of the referee, or lack of clarity. Might have been a 50-50 situation. I would not have been at all surprised if it had been a stroke, because he hit it back at himself. They're having a nice little conversation here. Five, 7. Tight. And very good by Ito. He forced the loose ball from Ali Hussein with the quality of his width. And as I mentioned earlier, that is the policy that will pay the best dividends with Ali. Because you're not going to beat him very much of the time by trying to twist and turn him with loose ball. That's good width. Held that very nicely. And Ito a bit late recovering. 8-6. Loose. It's good width there. And there. That's not such good width. That's a great width and length. And then you see the black hole of the back corner there. If you can catch that sidewall nick about 2-3 feet behind the service box, and the opponent doesn't half volley it then and there, it's just going to disappear into infinity on the back wall. Especially on these courts here at the US Squash Center, they're just dead enough to reward that first quality width and length. Dubious pickup. We didn't really get a chance to see that pickup, but it was very dubious. 7-8, Ito right back in this. He's played some very nice tight balls that have created loose balls from Ali Hussein and given Ito an opportunity to take command of the front of the court and keep Ali. Oh, it was a pop out. Ali's decided to hit that. Great movement, good 2-all again for Ito, and there's a good width and length. Driven through. Tight. Ali doing very well to get that out because it was really glued to the wall. Good float from Ito, good change of direction. Still working to keep Ali pinned down at the back of the court. There's another float. Float different to a lob. Lob going more up and down. Float always traveling along high. Tight. Did very well, Ali, to keep that tight on these sticky walls here at the US Squash Center. Ooh, not sure about that. Was adjudged to be just loose enough to afford Ali an opportunity to go and get it. But there is a bit of traffic for these two players around the middle because both of them do tend to stand on some of their shots. See Ali move off that ball very well. Oh, a horrible little leisure centre boast, but unfortunately Ito not quick enough to get to the front of the court to defend it. Leisure centre boast, reverse angle, which goes from one side of the court all the way to the opposite side wall and then to the front wall. Takes twice as long to get to where it ends up as it would be if you played it there in the first place. So typically not a good shot, and that's going to be either a stroke or a no let. No let given, I think. It's a difficult choice there because if the shot is good enough that the referee judges that even had there not been interference, the incoming player wouldn't have got it, a no let will be given. But if it's a judge that the incoming player should have been given the chance to go and get it, then likely a stroke will be given. That I completely understand why there's a no let there, because Ido's previous ball was loose, and Ali's was played accurately towards the back corner. So you've got to go and get that ball. Game ball to Ali, 10-8, although Ido's made a great contribution in this match, in this second game. Tight. A little looser that time. Not quite so tight. A little float. Good volley. And dying in the back corner again. Good work there by Ido. He slightly got off balance there. Just clipped Ali's shoulder. Another pop out. Ali not quite capitalizing though. That's good length. That's good width. Good width and length. Loose ball. Opportunity to put pressure on. And frankly, that should not be a let, in my view. My experienced but untrained view. Ido had played a loose ball to the middle of the court. Ali had played a tight ball to the back of the court. There we go. Game ball again. As I said, another example of that traffic that we see where players are kind of not moving off the ball or players are late recovering. The combination produces sort of ugly moments of interference. Good pick up out of that. Oh, that's going to be a stroke. Either a let or stroke. Again, that ball was a bad shot by Ido. I mean, with respect, he caught the side ball, and Ali's trying to go straight to that ball. I would have, personally, not been surprised if it had been a stroke to Ali. But there we go. They're making him play again. Tight ball. Love this backhand camera. That's a good ball, great pickup, good movement there. Oh, it's a hard pickup. Now, you saw earlier on in the women's match, Siva in that situation hit the ball low. As soon as Ali knew he was in trouble, he whacked it high. Oh, dropped wrist from Ido, unfortunately, gives away that second game. And good work from Ido Burstein, though. I mean, he really held Ali Hussein's feet to the flames there throughout. By playing a quality width and length and keeping him pinned down, particularly on that side wall. And that then resulted in Ali hitting some looser balls that Ido could capitalize on. But anyway, 2-love, and let's see what else is going on here. Oh, that's a nice match there between Nick Baziri from Penn and Dalen Mauji from Princeton. Dalen Mauji winning the first game, and Nick Baziri, who I gotta confess is one of my favorites to watch because he's just courageous and thoughtful and digs his way out of trouble. He's won that second 13-11, so that's a nice even game. Obviously 2-love here, and now we haven't last weekend had the opportunity to see Yashvat from Rochester, but he's obviously a very good player, and he's playing against Mo Sharaf, who was the darling of Trinity last week. Really, I mean, although he went down in the final, he was heroic in some of the work that he did. Loved watching him, and he's won all with Yashvat, so that's a good match. All right, well, we better get back to our current match where the players are just coming on court now. And not as comfortable in that second game. Ido Burstein did a fantastic job for Harvard. And Ali Hussein for UVA having to really work to get what he wanted. But he did work, and he did get what he wanted. More tight work down this backhand side wall. To see that ball. Good return there to a depth, and There's a good little cross-court float. But again, you see, Ido, he has not moved off this ball. He has hit this ball and stood, and the referee is punishing him for that very reason. If he had loaded his legs and dynamically played his shot as he was recovering to get into position for the next shot, he wouldn't have been in trouble, but he does tend to stand when he hits that shot. So, still plenty to learn, even at this level. It's going to be a stroke. You know, very good at the volley returns, though. You remember in the last game, you know, we weren't seeing volley returns. Well, he's very matter of fact on his setup and volley returns. It's a good ball down the wall. That should not be a let for Ali Hussein. Should not be a let. Well, he's played a loose ball and he knows he's played a good ball. So 1-2. Nice volley return from Ali as well. These top players realise the importance of not getting into a defensive situation on the return of serve. It's good court coverage. It's a beautiful little shot. Oh, this is extremely well played. That little cross-court attack there from Ido is very well thought out, because if he tried to play short, the ball would have sat up for the athlete Ali, the panther-like man from UVA, to go and get. But he didn't play it short, he played it to a short width. So the ball was always running away from his opponent. Very intelligent use of that short width. There's a little boast there. And Ido really making Ali work for this. Very impressed. Good width. Oh, it's a bad width there. Bad width. Good width. And another good width, not quite a good enough length. If you see it bouncing on the back of the service block like that, it just exacts torture from the opponent, whereas in the front half of the service box, it's relatively easy. Yeah, that one not good enough width with the length. That's a good ball, but well set up by Ali. Good width and length. Nice movement off the ball. Difficult ball from Ido. Oh. So yeah, there you see a good example of a situation which the referee might call a let, might call a stroke. Might call a no let or might call a stroke. And in this case it's called a stroke because the ball bounced up. But if the ball had rolled, it would be called a no let. If you don't move off the ball, you really take your life in your hands. That's not up. 4-2. First time I haven't seen Ido volley. Maybe indicative of losing his energy and his initiative in this match. But the little 2-wall there, that's going to be a stroke again. See, he's gone in and played it as he's arrived. If he'd got there and played it as he'd left, it would have given him a chance to be out and ready for the opponent's next shot before the opponent came in. But if you play it on arrival, it's almost guaranteed that it's going to be a stroke, because as soon as you release the ball into play, your opponent wants to be on to the next ball. And if you're still there, good night, nurse. Beautiful float, really well volleyed by Ali. So many people let that float drop and they're in trouble, but Ali recognised he strategically just had to volley it to keep himself at least on terms. He's playing very well in this game. Again, you see this sort of inexorable, continuous play, continuous variation, moving the opponent around the court, and quick onto the ball. That's a good ball by Ito Burstein. Thank you very much. Bang. That wasn't coming back, even from the Panther. 3-6. Nice return of serve volley again. Tight ball within 2-3 floorboards. Not quite deep enough from Ali there. Too little two-wall boast though, and it is hard to get up that court on this court. It is low and sticky at the front of the court, as opposed to last week at Trinity where it just sat up nicely for you. So important to realise that you do not play on the same squash court when you go to different venues. They're all different, and you have to learn the length of a squash court, the width of a squash court, the bounce of a squash court, the wall speed of squash courts. They're all very slightly different. That's why it's important to show up before a tournament or before a match and actually, especially if you haven't played on these courts before, get used to the properties of the court. Sidewalls might be sticky or they might be very shiny, and that will affect your boasts and the way the ball and your racket travels along the wall. So 9-3. Ali Hussein now really rampant, moving on, totally in charge. Even a ball like that, which is a nice little consolation, really nothing more than a very minor fly in the ointment in his overriding game plan. And there he is, beautifully played. Kudos to Ito Burstein though. I mean, especially in that second game, he really found a way of staunching the Ali Hussein flow and frustrating him by putting the ball largely on the sidewall to force Ali to give him a loose ball. So that's a lot of credit due to Ito in that situation. But in the end, Ali's all-court play, his variety, his intensity based on earliness and tremendous movement, just too much. All right, so back to the scoreboard. Ali, there's his 3-love win, very nice. And then Jose Andres Lopez, he's got a nice win there over Kamal Cumberbatch. And let's have a look what else we've got here. Kali Delalio has got a 3-1 win over Erica McGillicuddy. And where else are we looking here? 2-1 now to Mo Sharaf against Yash Fadte. Yeah, he's obviously still riding high on the emotional high that he had last weekend. I should just point out, if you weren't watching last weekend, that Trinity did a fantastic job. They were seeded 6th in the National Team Championships, and first of all they beat the number 3 seeds in Princeton, and then they beat the number 2 seeds in UPenn, and then they lost in the final to Harvard by 1 single point. So that was a massive performance there by Trinity. Nick Spazzeri, he is 2-1 up against Dalen Mauji, the number 1 from Princeton. So that is a tremendous performance by Nick Spazzeri. Okay, Olivia Robinson, 2-love up against, now I'm going to have to think about this before I say this name, Varshamithra Dinesh. There we go. And I don't know Varshamithra, so we need to find out who she is. Alright, our next match here will be another Ramsey Cup quarterfinal, and that will be featuring Simi Chan, or Chan Sik Yuck, her full Chinese name. And she's from Colombia, and she will be playing one of my favorite technicians of this year. Obviously she's been playing a lot longer than this year, but just the most beautiful technical striker of the ball, and particularly in the back corners. I just love her technical work in the back corners, and that is from Harvard, Habiba El-Dafraoui. So that'll be coming up just in a moment or two. Okay, so we now have this next quarterfinal of the Ramsey Cup, and we're going to have on the right side in the black you can see Habiba El-Dafraoui, this elegant squash player with wonderful technical skills, good movement. I'm particularly interested to see what another year or two, especially on the physical training side, will do for her, because her technical work is just wonderful. And she is playing against a player that we haven't so far had the privilege of commentating on this year in our national championships, and that is Simi Chan, or Chan Sik-hyuk from Colombia. She was the 2019 Asian Junior Under-19 #1, girls Under-17 Asian Junior Champion 2017, 18 and 19. She was the runner-up at the Under-17 British Junior Open. So these two have not played in regular season play, but Chan Sik-hyuk is Chan Sin-hyuk is the higher seed, I believe, and she's actually the #2 for Colombia. So her #1, Farida Mohammed, I think, has other commitments and was unable to play. I think she is playing in the black ball PSA championships. So obviously gives you an indication of just the quality that Colombia has at their disposal. So yeah, this is Simi Chan, seeded 3 in the tournament, although she's only #2 in her club team, and Habiba El-Dafraoui is seeded 14th, although, as I said, I think she's just the most elegant player. I'm a little bit partial to the quality of her squash. She's one of those players that I just think that's so good for developing players to watch. See Chris Sackby, Simi Chan's coach, just at the bottom of the screen walking across there. You know, it's a little bit of a relaxing weekend for these coaches, because they're team championships the last 2 weekends, and some of the coaches are coaches of both the men's and the women's teams. It's an awful lot of logistics, an awful lot of focus, and you know, having been the head of men's and women's squash at Cornell myself, I can tell you that, especially if it's a dual meet and you've got both your men and your women playing at the same time, you know, trying to keep your mind focused on potentially 18 different courts at the same time. If you've actually got a #10 match as well, because you care about all of your players, not just the top 9, you care about the #10. You know, it's potentially 20 courts, or even if it's you know, only a 10-court facility, 10 courts at a time, that you've got to really concentrate on. So, you know, this is fun for them to come with players that have got the enthusiasm to play in the individual championships that you've been working with all year long, and you really can put a little more attention into the individual where you can't in a team match. So it looks like Habiba El-Dafraoui is going to be serving, Simi Chan going to be receiving, and what I'm expecting to see here, or what perhaps I would advise you to look for, is Simi Chan's capacity to explosively twist and turn and intercept and work Habiba El-Dafraoui's physical game at a rate that is not comfortable for the Harvard player. It might take a while, but I would expect to see some kind of separation and maybe just sort of a speed and intensity overawing of the Harvard player. Conversely, if she can keep the ball tight on the sidewall and limit what Simi Chan is able to do with the ball, that may be a much longer prospect of a game. So here we go with this number 3 versus number 14, second quarterfinal of the Ramsey Cup, the national championships of the CSA, the College Squash Association. I mean, already you're seeing some of the beautiful technical skills from Habiba, but of course the curse of the commentator coming in, and she then dumps that into the floor. One up. Tight ball. Good width and length. Forcing a loose ball there and really capitalizing on it quickly. Anything that's on the sidewalls here, unless your footwork and your finger control is very good, you're tending to pop out loose ball that the opponent can take advantage of. And again, you see that beautiful movement off the ball from Habiba and excellent racket work. Now that one she didn't move off as she hit it, and because she stayed on it, it tends to push the body weight down on the racket face, closing the racket forward face, and she's caught the top of the tin. If she'd moved off, it would have lifted the racket face up a little bit and the ball would have stayed up. These are the kind of very, very fine technical details that you need to learn if you want to play at the highest level. What tends to happen is players play in PSA, whether or not they can actually verbalize those technical skills the same way as I do, they certainly know them at a visceral level, and they stop making those kind of technical mistakes. They possibly would struggle to describe them if somebody was to ask them about it, but that's my job. Their job is just to execute it. That part of my life, I'm afraid, has gone. Nice movement off the ball. You see the legs working there by Habiba, using the leg to generate that kinetic chain that then transfers up through the body. But a beautiful shot by Simi Khan, chopping the ball into that short angle at the front of the court. So Simi Chan, I do beg her pardon. Simi Chan, all court coverage, and as I suspected that she might, is now not only coping with what Habiba El-Dafraoui can throw at her, but countering with stuff that is very difficult for Habiba to cope with because of the greater intensity and explosiveness and quality of what the Columbia woman is doing. She's just earlier, and so the pressure created is much greater, and El-Dafraoui often on the back foot. Simi Chan there just opening up and not moving off the ball as she hit that, so that's closing the racket face and catching the top of the tin. If she'd kept looking at the impact point as she'd hit that, even after the ball had gone, the ball would likely have gone up, but she got a bit too interested. Same there, you could see the foot was not down before she hit the shot, it was going down as she hit the shot, so that's going to create that just lack of balance, and therefore the racket control is not as strong. 4-6, El-Dafraoui hanging on here. Good pick. Oh, cooled down. Cooled down. All right, fair enough. 5-6, so nice little return after that deficit by Habiba El-Dafraoui. A volley return not well set up. She didn't really do the footwork. You see the left foot didn't really come around the back there, and she ended up poking the ball down the middle of the court. This is so important when you're returning serve, that as the ball comes off your opponent's racket, you're already using that data. She didn't Yeah, so she hasn't returned the serve on the volley, tried to play the defensive post and got punished for it. But as I was saying, you've got to do your footwork really well, especially on this court, on any court, but on this court, to hit that straight return of serve deep to a length. And it's not even the return of serve deep to the length that's the important thing. It's where can you get your body by the time your opponent intercepts the next ball. If you can't get into position before they hit the next ball, you're in a deficit. You're behind. And Elder Farawi really doing well. Ooh, didn't think that through very well. That was a lack of awareness of where the opponent was, and the shot she played cross court was too much about trying to hurt the other person and didn't consider herself. Oh, that's a little too wall. It's hard work. She did well to get up there. A lovely lob. Should have volleyed that. It was defensive. Oh, nasty, nasty mishit there by Simi Chan. But you got to ride your luck, haven't you? Yeah, so kind of an okay first game by Simi Chan, but she's not having her own way by any manner of means. I think that should be a stroke, really. Yeah, it is. You know, the thing is, you can't take the risk that she's going to hit that and then hit the ball straight into Simi Chan's face. 8-all. Very good start by Habiba. She's still scrambling here. But again, you see Simi Chan getting in there so early and wrenching the Habiba body around the court. That's what I sort of expected to see, this kind of explosiveness from the Columbia woman. She's just got that power to really step in early, and she's got, of course, the quality of shot as well behind it. Little 2-all there, and good court coverage. And now, even though Sinya got that ball, it was so debilitating she couldn't recover. 9-all. Very good first game. Good width and length. A little loose. Oh, too short, too early. That was a good attack. Unexpected attack. Good height. What a nice ball from the back of the court. Somehow she managed to keep it up and forced her to play on a forehand on the, instead of a backhand there. Oh my goodness me. So it was interesting because Simi Chan was definitely on the wrong end of that rally right up until the opportunity that she had the opportunity to take charge of it, and instead of then hitting the drive deep to the backhand side and taking over control of the rally, she tried to win it there and then, and of course the pressure was on her and she hit the tin. Habib was still a bit keen on going short too early, and she's giving away the advantage in the game a couple of times. Just playing too loose there. If she could just keep that ball longer for longer and wait until she had Simi Chan out of position, I think that unfortunately is just a big mental lapse. She had to play that deep and try and capitalize by playing a good constructive rally. That is heartbreaking for Habiba, who was entirely in charge of that last situation, and then suddenly 2 quick lapses of concentration and it's all over. Well, that will be, rather than celebration, relief on the part of Simi Chan, because she really didn't command that in the way that she would like to have done. And Habiba El Dafraoui did very, very good work, but I suspect saw the finishing line too early, and that backhand return of serve dumped into the bottom of the tin rather than a constructive backhand volley to a length to get in front. Really the death knell really of her attempt to win that first game. So 1-love to the Colombian Lion against the Harvard Crimson player, and we'll see how they are when they come back. Okay, so here we go. 1-love to Simi-chan for Colombia, and she, as I said earlier, was probably quite relieved to win that first game because she was a little scrappy, and Habiba El Dafraoui from Harvard was really doing a pretty good job for a long time. Initially, I had expected to see Simi-chan pull away just because of her immense explosive power and ability to intercept and twist and turn at speed the slightly more frail Harvard player around the court. And I have mentioned before that I would love to see a strength and conditioning program for Habiba El Dafraoui, particularly to get her first step and change the direction a little more explosive, because the quality of the racket work is just beautiful, but the speed could be improved. But Simi-chan really making a good start here and looking like she's really got the bit between her teeth and is in business now. 4-love. Good float, it's a good idea. Got a little bit of a loose ball and she's in early. Yeah, perfect. What a nice piece of rally construction. And this attacking ball isn't speculative to the front of the court. It's putting pressure on because it had deception, it had intensity, and the ball was moving away from the opponent. So a good attack there. Lovely little flick down the wall there. Oh. Arrived a little bit late, didn't set up early enough to be able to push off and transfer the weight into the shot, and so has got confused in the balance not being quite stable and falling into the shot as she's hit it. Oh my goodness, that is a beautifully executed shot. See how low she gets? Very nice, very nice. Very sort of nonchalant look in her face after she'd played that superb shot. It's like, yep, it's bread and butter, that's what I do. It's a good volley, because it was a good float by El Dafraoui. Yeah, that's going to be confusion, and I'm not sure if it's a let or a stroke. El Dafraoui very late recovering there, but didn't really know where to go. 6-1. It's not, I mean, it's good that she volleyed, but it's just not good enough quality. The volley return to serve has got to find the back corner. You can't just whack it. And that's a short volley return to serve. That was always going to be trouble. 8-1. Fantastic intensity and really business-like here from Simi-chan. Oh, now that is really naughty by Habiba El Dafraoui. She was not hunting. She was not on her toes before her opponent hit that shot. She was static, and that's a little slack also from Simi-chan there. She didn't do the footwork there. She just stuck that racket at the ball due diligence is required. The best players do the best work consecutively, continuously. Yep. Trouble. 10-2 down. Just not enough quality to quieten down the explosive Chan, sorry. You know, there's just so much amazing raw explosive power in Chan. And it's not just whacking, it's, I mean, the power of the movement, the power of the suddenness of the intercepts, the changes of direction. You know, it's power in every guise. Not for a moment to suggest that she's some kind of whacker. She's a intense early interceptor with great movement. So 11-2 that second game, and we really see more of the Chan that I sort of expected to see. An Elderfraui, beautiful striker of the ball that she is, just limited on her takeoff speed, change of direction speed, and not managing to lock up her opponent to prevent her from being victimized. Okay, here's the scoreboard. What do we got here? All right, matches on court. Neil Joshi against Benedek Takacs. That is 2-love to Neil Joshi. Seema against Malik Ashraf Kamal. That is 1-all. I really wasn't sure who was going to win that, so that is interesting that they've gone 1-all. The winner of that will go through to a semi-final, I think. Oh no, it is a semi-final this afternoon, I think. Oh no, quarter-final. And what have we got? Yeah, I've been calling these quarter-finals. They're not. They're last 16. I apologise. They will go through to a quarter-final. And that's Cara Lanku, who's the niece of former world #1 and current MIT coach Thierry Lanku. But we're back into it. Sorry, I'm a little late. And bring the scoreboard up. Love all. Mid-court return from Chan. It's a tight ball, and again, she's so quick. So quick. And when it comes to standing toe-to-toe and just shot for shot, it doesn't favour Habiba at all. Her capacity to do the intensity at that speed is nowhere near as great as Chan's. Lovely little 2-all from Chan. Oh, that's just nasty. She's calling it good. But she says it was down. Alright, okay. And I'm not sure if the scoreboard is working, unfortunately, which means if I haven't got communication with the referee, I can't help you. It's 3-1 right now. Beautiful hold and explosive change of direction. 2-3. Those 2-all posts just are so painful. Real gut rippers. And even if you don't win the point there or the shot afterwards, it's putting work into people that they really have to pay for later on. So 3 apiece, I think. Okay, 4-3. And you can see Chan now really beginning to rule the roost and twist and turn Habiba Elderfraui around. and the Harvard woman just not quite got the athleticism to cope with the kind of work that's being put into her body by the more explosive Columbia player. 6-3. Yeah, it's just and no let being played. I'm quite surprised about that. 4-6, because that was a high ball, and Farawi was very late out of recovery. But again, there's the earliness and the explosiveness. 7-4. That's a very nice ball there from Simi-chan. You see the angle that she creates to fade the ball into the back corner. So even if Farawi was coming after it, it was always going to be running away from her. 8-4. It'll pop out, and Chan wisely going long again instead of trying to go for the cheap early short shot. And again, she's just attacking Farawi's body, and she just hasn't got the first step of explosion that's needed to get there and return with interest. We've got the scoreboard back for you, 9-4. But yeah, Simi-chan, very impressive. She's like absolutely taking everything in her stride, and she's busy. As she's playing one shot, she's already busy positioning for the next shot and the next shot. So her phrasing of shots and her rally-centric mentality really very, very pronounced and very advanced. She would clearly be very comfortable playing PSA even now while she's in the middle of her academic studies. So that's a game of match, and you know, despite that very good first game with Habiba El Dafraoui and her very nice stroke play, simply not equal to the task of the explosive, controlled, intense Columbia woman who's able to rule the roost in this particular match. So that was a great win there for Simi-chan, for herself and for Columbia. And our next match will be the last one in this morning session, which will be the second one of our Pool Cup quarterfinals, and that's going to feature our number 2 seed Marwan Tarek, last year's champion, against his opponent Maxwell Orr, and that'll be coming up shortly. While we're waiting, we'll just have a little look at the scoreboard again, and you see that Simi-chan, Chan Sin-yuk, comfortable win there in the end against Habiba El Dafraoui. And what else have we got in progress? Very nice first game win for Elizabeth Ross there, the number 16, number 15, I beg your pardon, against number 2 seed Marina Stefanoni, and that must have been a little bit of a wake-up call for Stefanoni, who is just the most beautiful executor of the game. But Elizabeth Ross, the Yaley, this is her final year, has been a fantastic servant of that program, so that's a very satisfactory start against Marina Stefanoni. What else have we got? Benedict Takacs from Trinity taking a game back from Neil Joshi. As I had expected, Seema and Malek Ashraf Kamal 7-all in that third game. That seems to be taking a long while to execute. 8-7 now. What else have we got? Kara Lanku against Natasha Penzler. Kara is now 2-1 out. Oh, there's a very good match there at the top there. Xiao Yi Zhan against Kareem El Barbary. That looks like it's going to possibly go all the way. 2-1 to Zhao Yiyan, but Kareem 9-7 up in the fourth. And it was 16-14 in the first, so that's a pretty exciting match. We will definitely be seeing one of the two of those in a later round. Okay, so right now we'll just remind you of our YouTube URL. That's where you can go and see any of these matches, and don't forget to pop in and have a look at the doubles, because I think you'll find that really interesting. Some fun and explosive change of direction. A lot of the top doubles players actually using the tactic of hitting the ball down the middle of the court and using what we would call in the international game corkscrews, but what we call here in the United States Philadelphias, which are shots that hit high up on the front wall, very close to the side wall, and then corkscrew across the court in a sort of almost banana movement. So they are very exciting shots. Skid boasts, reverse corners, a lot of the sort of stuff we don't necessarily see too much of in the singles game, but you see it all the time in the doubles game. Alright, so we'll join you again in a moment for this exciting second last 16 match, correct myself, between Marwan Tarek and Maxwell Orr. So, ladies and gentlemen, just apologies for the delay here. I'm not too sure why we're waiting for this last men's pool cup last 16 match. Just as I explained earlier, the pool cup, so named after a great Harvard alum and supporter of squash, Eugene Poole, and back in the early days when the colleges first decided that they would have a national championships, the pool cup was given by Eugene Poole to give an award for the competition. And on the other side, the Ramsey Cup, named after our legendary Princeton coach and Penn State graduate, she being the first person ever to win 4 consecutive national individual titles many, many years ago. She's now, well into her 3rd decade as the coach at Princeton and beloved of all the people that she's worked with. So let's just again remind you of our YouTube channel, and where you can go to see the matches on the other courts if you want to skip away from us for a moment or two and go and see some doubles or see some of the other fantastic matches on court. There is no commentary there, of course, but you can see the action. And just a reminder, of course, that all of our match play from last weekend and the previous weekend, and indeed years gone by, is available on this YouTube channel. And there are some terrific matches to watch. I particularly would direct your attention to the Women's National Championships that was held at University of Pennsylvania 2 weeks ago, and the semi-final match between Leanne Teo of Princeton and Habiba El-Dafraoui, who we just saw. It was just an absorbing game of squash of quality throughout. Other than that, I'll leave you to it for the time being and back to the music, and we'll report in as soon as we have something more for you. now have on court on the left from the Harvard Crimson, last year's champion Marwan Tarek, and on the right-hand side from their ancient rivals Yale, the Bulldogs, is Maxwell Orr. And we saw both of these players last weekend at Trinity in the National Men's Team Championships, and both of these players played exceptionally well. Maxwell Orr really, I thought, did a fantastic job in his match against George Crown. He really couldn't have done more in some respects for the Bulldogs than he did. It was just a terrific display. And Marwan Tarek, just this unbelievably competent executor of the game, but as I have maybe mentioned before, he holds my particular admiration for his ability to manage a situation. He has exemplary stroke work. For my money, I think he could really work on his movement and his technical movement, not his fitness, but his technical movement I think could be a little bit better. But what I think he does at an extraordinary level for a person of this age is recognize what is required in any given situation and manage a match particularly well. So even if the opponent has got superior skills or maybe superior athleticism, Marwan Tarek is able to pace the match at a pace that suits him, and not just the pace but the rhythm of the match. And he'll interrupt when he needs to interrupt, he'll speed up when he needs to speed up, he'll make things flow when they need to flow, or he'll make them staccato when they need to be staccato, and that's a tremendous ability. Maxwell Orr in his own right, I thought, played strategically a super match last weekend, and I thought that his mobility, his technical mobility was first class. I thought his stroke work was very, very good, and his ability to play the widths and lengths that are required to limit an opponent particularly good. And I thought he was very good on the intercept volley. Once he created the opening, he was getting around and really hitting the faded angle into the front corner. What do I mean by fade? Well, if a player hits a straight ball and then it's, halfway across the service box, the space between the middle of the service box and the side wall then presents an opportunity for these amazingly talented geometricians to set up an angle and fade the ball into the side wall, meeting the side wall at the most difficult point for the opponent to strike the ball. And these players do that with quite extraordinary regularity and accuracy. Not surprising, we've got some of these players are also incredible students at some of the leading institutions in this country, so we expect their math to be good, but it's math on the hoof, if you understand what I mean, and to be able to make the calculations while you are dynamically engaged in your own survival is quite remarkable. Anyway, so the expectation, I would say, is that the opening game might be a little bit back and forth, and Maxwell Orr certainly has the firepower and the skill to take points and even to create rally situations to get Marwan Tarek out of position. Marwan Tarek's movement from the centre to the front left, sometimes a little bit crabby, and on the front right he tends to sit a bit square when he plays the forehand drop, but he is so crafty and so well regulated overall, very difficult to find places to catch him out. But we'll see what Maxwell Orr can come up with. So here we go, Lovell. Good wrist there. Look at that sudden early wrist. Such a fantastic snap there from Marwan Tarek for Harvard. Bit loose. Nice half volley there from Maxwell Orr. Yeah, it's half length. That's no good. So important when you're playing with players at this level. Marwan Tarek is a PSA level player and has been for a couple of years. And by the way, if you don't know what the PSA is, it's the Professional Squash Association, the World Tour. He's got that capacity to play at this level. And if you don't hit quality, deep and wide ball against players of that level, they are going to make you pay in a hurry. That was good quality depth. No, that's not so good. So Maxwell Orr is going to have to find, see where this ball's going down the sidewall. It's got to bounce one or two floorboards maximum away from the sidewall. Otherwise, there's too much freedom for the opponent to attack. That's a loose ball. It was a good attack, but it was a loose ball. Last week he was ghosting those in with a little bit more delicacy. Ball's called out, which is why Maxwell Orr didn't try for that ball. 2-love. It is very disconcerting to be playing against a player of Tarek's all-round quality, because you have to wonder what you have to do to actually get some change out of him sometimes. If Marwan Tarek does come through to meet Ali Hussein in the final, and that's a big if, because there are some other very fine players that could upset the apple cart, it will be a fantastic strategic battle between the panther-like movement and speed of Ali Hussein and the clever, calculative, strategic game of Marwan Tarek. Kind of a panther against a desert fox, really. So 3-love. For me, I'd just like to see Maxwell just taking a little more time over his setup and his targeting. He's just rushing a little bit, and as a consequence we're seeing quite a lot of loose ball being played because he's not quite balanced or settled. That was a very nice 2-wall. I'm not sure that Marwan got that. Apparently he did, but it looked close. There's nice float. Much better quality. The width is good, but very matter-of-fact return from Marwan Tarek off that superb width from Maxwell Orr. And this is where Maxwell Orr really has to patiently and diligently continue with the quality. He can't have a good sort of initial phase of attack, which Marwan lives through, and then suddenly throw him a loose ball. So that's the trouble. If you've listened to me before, you will have heard me say that at this level of play, somebody like Marwan Tarek is quite happy and comfortable being on the wrong end of 5, 6, 7, even maybe 8 to 10 waves of attack from an opponent, and simply says to himself, I'm going to live through the period of time that the opponent is in the ascendancy and just stay there, because I can come back and on the 11th and 12th waves I can take charge. At a lower level of squash, frequently there's only one crescendo in the rally, and that's enough for one player to win. But once you get up to this kind of level, anything up to a dozen waves of attack could be expected with the eventual winner of the rally on the wrong end for the majority of the time, but happy to just absorb the pressure until their genuine opportunity arises. Whereas with Maxwell, I'm just not sure that he is yet at that stage where he can live through that number of peaks and troughs within one rally. So there's a loose ball, and again penalised by Tarek. Oh, beautiful tightness there. Maxwell's doing well to survive here. It's a slightly loose ball by Tarek. Very good width there. That's what he did last week. Maxwell also well. But again, he's left a loose ball here and immediately snapped up by that Desert Fox Marwan Tarek. Such a clever squash player. Oh, that's an unusual aberration right there. But there you go. Maxwell needs to take the crumbs from the table and see what he can do with them. 1-8. Good float there. Yeah, that floated ball, good example of Tarek suddenly taking hold of the pace of the rally and changing it to something that he wants. Messing with somebody else's rhythm. It's very nice width there by Maxwell Orr. Not that I particularly like that left foot, but he really did well. Kept his balance and has delivered that nice attacking volley to depth. 2-9. No volley from Marwan. But the ball was going to come off the back wall, so he was considering himself safe. Lovely tightness there. And there's another one of those balls that I saw last weekend from Maxwell Orr. He really did deliver those intercept volleys so well. Ooh, just missed the nick, and now in a bit of trouble. He's on the back end of this rally. Got back on terms. Yeah, and just unfortunately, that was the point at which the rally needed to be reset, rebuilt, and go for another wave of attack. But right when we're at a crescendo, he's folded and really done Marwan's job for him. And Marwan knows how often players are unable to continue after they've had apparently 2 or 3 positive periods of control, and if they haven't won by that stage, frustration sets in and they try for something too much. So that is all in Marwan's calculation. He knows he just stays and he just stays, and then eventually he's going to be given an opportunity that he can capitalize on. Good float there from Maxwell Orr. Oh, little volley boast. Quality's a little short from both players. There's a better float right on the side wall there. That medium pace ball from Marwan and forces the defensive boast. A lovely half volley, look at that, whipped away from his toes. And there's a lovely width there. Maxwell doing well to get out of it, but still leaving loose ball, and afraid. Good night, nurse. So, yep. I'm undecided as to whether Marwan is a desert fox or the most cunning spider that's ever weaved a web. Somewhere between the two is where he is, and very effective indeed, winning that first game against a very competent player from Yale, Maxwell Orr, 11-2. Second game, the skilled Marwan Tarek in charge of this match. Maxwell Orr needing to limit him by maintaining quality for longer and certainly capitalizing on his opportunities but not forcing the issue. That was a very nice two-wall boast there. Built first of all before he then continued the pressure by adding pressure rather than forcing. Beautiful movement across on the serve there from Maxwell Orr. I was really appreciative of how he flowed with his serve so he was in position before his opponent ever hit the shot. And again, that's very nice. As long as he keeps one foot in the box, in contact with the box by the time he contacts it, that's perfectly all right. What a great width there from Marwan Tarek. I don't know what the issue was there. Maybe the door was not closed. Anyway, 1-2, Marwan Tarek. Nice volley return by Maxwell Orr. Late on that volley though, he had to volley that ball. If you don't intercept those volleys when Tarek's playing that quality of width and length, you're going to be made to pay. Problem there was he didn't adjust for that particular shot. He just made a pre-decision as to where he was going to intercept it. Well, that just makes him a target for Marwan Tarek to put the ball on the sidewall where he's standing. Good snap there by Marwan Tarek. A little bit of a loosey-goosey volley boast. I'm sure it put work into Maxwell Orr's legs, but it wasn't particularly good. It was a good width. That's a good width. That's a pop out. Tight on the half volley. Good snap again. You saw on that backhand volley. Holding it and snapping it. Gives the opponent very little reaction time. Yeah, he's getting in early on his volleys and his intercepts here, Marwan Tarek. He's sort of taking the game to Maxwell Orr a little bit. He's sort of what I would call twisting the knot. A little asphyxiation going on by Marwan Tarek. Good width. A decent width and length there. But Maxwell just a little bit sort of in the position of having to hang on here because the intensity and the precision and the earliness of the interceptions now beginning to really tell from Marwan Tarek. He's looking a little bit vicious. Strokish. Yep. 6-2. That's very hard. Oh, it's a good width. That is the way to shut down these world-class players, is by putting the ball on the sideball. Very few people at all. Ali Farag, Gamal. Oh, sorry. Kareem Al-Gawad. These are players that have got the wrist skill to take a ball off the side. Whoa, lovely little body movement here. See him open up to get the change of direction and completely flummoxed poor old Maxwell Orr on the tee there. 7-3. Still a bit loose. Tarek immediately able to capitalize on that loose ball. 8-3. Ball loose in the middle of the court and a horrible gut-rending two-wall boast from Marwan Tarek. Who's definitely got his hooks into his prey now and is devouring him. Not enough length. Oh, there's a pop out. Oh, lovely little half volley with a little top and side spin there from Marwan Tarek. That's a lot of skill right there. The action put on the back of the ball there, just enough when it hits the sidewall to make it cling. Hit the front wall to cling to the sidewall. That's a great skill. Little hold. A bridge too far that time from Marwan Tarek because his opponent Maxwell Orr, who's a good athlete, was already in position. 4-10. Very difficult to limit this Harvard Crimson man, the reigning champion, a PSA player of great caliber. There's another side spin there, just run into this along the sidewall. Little pop out, and unfortunately just dropped into. Oh, I beg your pardon, I thought he put it into the tin. He looked so despondent. There's a good little drop shot, but very good counters there from Maxwell Orr. So a little bit of a resurgence of the Yale man, not quite being completely bullied out of this game. Loops. Oh, the opportunity was there, but the reset was required, and he was too much focused on trying to steal another point. So 2-love, fairly comfortable for Marwan Tarek, and we saw in the early part of that game just a comprehensive control and tactical understanding of the game from him. All right, so what have we got here? We have got Matthias Knudsen, the Columbia Drexel man, 2-love up against Trinity's Abdulrahman Nasser, and we will doubtless see Knudsen later on. He beautiful striker of the ball, but he really plays with such energy and such pleasure and such originality that I really look forward to seeing that match. And what else we got? George Crown, the Harvard man, who suffered at the hands of Maxwell Orr last week, I believe. I may be getting that wrong. He certainly lost in the Trinity final. I think he maybe took the advantage of Maxwell Orr. He is playing against Nathan C. Bing Quay, and that's a very comprehensive control of that match. 2-love up, and everybody else. Karina Timer, I believe, is another Ukrainian, and she is up one against Jana Safi. Okay, so the players are coming back on the court, and still not sure whether to call Marwan Tarek the Desert Fox or the Tarantula, because he is just such a cunning weaver of webs. Well, I'm not sure tarantulas are that well known for webs, but maybe he's a funnel spider. Anyway, he's very, very skilled at his imaginative rally construction with tremendous variety, and very quick to recognize the limitations of an opponent and ensnare them with his clever play. That was a nice little tool though, and a little bit exposing the movement issues that I see with Marwan Tarek there. You see he's sort of shuffling forwards. He hasn't got that very fast twitch explosive movement that some of the players have got. So real patience required from Maxwell Orr if he's going to work his way back into this match, which is a very tall order, but he really does need to be patient and keep working Marwan Tarak out of position and then play shots like that 2-wall. Oh dear, so unfortunate. Oh, let being played. But yes, as I said, he needs to get the quality of the back of the court to get Marwan out of position and then judiciously steal in with the little 2-wall boast or the drop volley when he's earned an opportunity and mustn't force it. If he tries to focus too much on winning points rather than working a strategy, he's going to get into a lot of trouble because he's going to pressurize himself and end up giving Marwan opportunities to counterattack, because even when Marwan seems down and out, if you give him a loose ball, he'll immediately change the system in the match from defense to offense. It's a nice little hold by Maxwell Orr there, just slipping that across the court to a low good width. So 2-love lead, good start for Maxwell Orr. And not bad, a little bit deeper needed on that float. Oh, there's that 2-wall. Yeah, definitely Marwan's going to be in trouble with that, especially if players that are faster and stronger than Maxwell play it. That's 3-love now to Maxwell, who's done very well to construct his rallies to get himself opportunities to hit that ball. And Marwan being limited by the quality of the play of the Yale man at the moment and having to just calm down and do his diligent work. Whereas in the last game, he was able to give vent to his creative side and twist and turn his opponent around because he had more freedom to hit the ball and therefore make greater variety of shot selections. It's a tight ball, yeah. Very good job by Maxwell, really. Oh, he just dropped his wrist. If you saw that, and we may see it later on the replay, as he played that 2-wall, instead of getting himself into position, the racket head dropped, and that closes the racket face and doesn't deliver the body weight in the same way, so loses some body weight. It's slightly off balance, a bit upright. So he needs to really redouble his efforts here, because otherwise all that good work he's done at the beginning is going to be thrown away. Nice 2-wall from Marwan Tarak. Good width. What a great width that was. You know, there's an example of pure math on the squash court there. He's calculated that angle and slotted the ball perfectly. Good width down the side wall. I'm not sure I would have played cross court there, because it just opens the court up for Marwan. He was doing well holding him on the side wall. It's a good rally. Or trouble. Or Marwan going for a bit of deception, trying to fool Maxwell Orr, pretending that he was going to hit the cross court neck, but in the end, there's a beautiful ball. You see the 2-wall boast, which has brought so much fruit for Maxwell Orr, being employed too early in the rally when Marwan was in position, and so easily does it change from being a tactical advantage to a tactical disadvantage when you play that 2-wall boast. (4-3) to Marwan. Marwan's sort of beginning to regain his control and the game plan that he has of just really tying his opponent up in knots. So good at that. little bit loose. Ooh, just trying for a bit too much again. Getting involved in outcomes instead of process. You need to continue your opponent's misery, not try and end it. (6-3) Marwan Tarek. It's a good lob, but not quite deep enough. Loose. Good snap, but oh. And again, you see that as the rally gets to a crescendo, and the moment at which, you know, it needs to be rebuilt or further built before pressure is applied, that Maxwell now feeling the pressure of the situation in the match and making errors, that time beaten by a ball, but making unforced errors at key moments. You can't do that against somebody like Marwan Tarek. Your only chance is just to stay alive and maintain quality for many, many repetitions of the peaks and troughs in the rally. Half length by Marwan, but able to get himself. Oh, it's a great piece of wrist by Marwan to straighten that ball. Okay, a nice. Oh. It's a double miss, I'm afraid. That's just too high. He's missed that one. He wants to get the next one. He misses that as well. Very frustrating. 9-3. Beautiful angle, but brilliantly played by Maxwell Orr there to use the tip of the racket to get it out. Going for the little cross-court excitement. Not really a good time to go for that. It's a kind of a fairground shot. It's a thrill ride, but if it isn't hitting the nick, then it just sets your opponent up. Good two-wall boast. Excellent by Marwan to read that he had to get in before this side wall there. Pop out. Half length. Well worked by Maxwell Orr. Oh, it's a little dribble. Yes, he's done very well there. Unfortunately, it's a bit too little too late at 3-10. But he stayed in the rally until he got an opportunity to get Marwan out of position. Can't speak. It's good width, good width. Yeah. Beautiful, and that's what I saw him do last weekend so many times, but more difficult against a player of this quality. Oh, loose. Also loose from Marwan. Oh, very nicely done, Maxwell. Well, it's not much of a bridgehead, but it is a bridgehead. Maybe too late, but very nicely played last three rallies here by Maxwell Orr from Yale. Tight ball. Oh, that was nasty. Saw the spin on it and bringing it back in even after it had come out. You don't see the softball move in the air or bend in the air very often, but that's one thing that will happen, is if there's enough spin on it, it will actually slightly banana or curve in the air. That's a lovely little shot. He showed him the cross-court snap and then changed it to the straight drop. I really like that. 7-10, he's done so well to get back in to this point. I don't think Marwan will be worried. He just believes in himself so much. He might be just a little bit flummoxed now. A few little butterflies in the heart. Do I need to play an extra game before the next round of this match, of this competition? No. So get your job done. And that's the problem. Once you start thinking about outcome, you don't execute the performance anywhere near as well. Look at this, Maxwell Orr. I am not down and out. I am still here. You better pay attention. It's a nice delivery of that backhand volley. Good weight transference on it. And if Marwan makes a mistake to end this rally, he might really be a little bit worried. Oh, he didn't though. There's just a lovely little chop across the court. Look at that snap. Across the court to perfect width. But a very good effort by Maxwell Orr to come back from way down there. But again, you know, what a competent squash player Marwan Tarek is. He's got so much breadth and depth to what he is capable of doing. And even if there is that little bit of movement limitation, he more than makes up for it with all the stuff that he does. So he moves on to the quarterfinals. Maxwell Orr, very good effort, will go into the back draw. And that completes the morning production that we have here for you. You can see here on the scoreboard, which of course is available if you go to the CSA website, or if you can get onto Club Locker, you can see all these scores going on. But let's just do a little synopsis here as we finish off the morning, and I'll give you my sort of feeling of what we've seen here. So, a good morning's work. I really feel really a good example of how US college squash is the engine that fires squash in the rest of the world. You know, international players, we've seen Simi Chan, we've seen Habib El Dafraoui, we've seen Marwan Tarek, and of course we have our own array of Americans like Maxwell Orr we just saw. And they're all brought together in this fantastic melting pot, which is the CSA. Our 100th year, wrong side, there it is, our 100th year of college squash. What you're going to see as we go through the rest of the weekend is both the individual players coming to the fore, but you still see these coaches who are doing really diligent work on the sidelines as they encourage their charges to come through, not just individually, even though it's an individual championships, but for their school team, for all the people that care for them. This afternoon we will see some more quarterfinals, and you know we've got another 2 hours, maybe 3 hours of quality squash for you. So join us again at 5 o'clock, I believe it is. Is that right, Brittany? Yeah, 5 o'clock this afternoon, and we'll bring you another 4 great matches. But don't forget, you can still go onto the CSA YouTube website, and you can see all of the courts and see what's going on there. All right, for now, it's Richard Millman saying good morning, good afternoon, and we'll see you later. Thanks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Arlen Specter US Squash Center and to these CSA National Individual Championships. And this morning we had some very interesting last 16 matches, and this afternoon we've got 4 really exciting quarterfinal matches for you. We've both got the Poole Cup, it's so named after Eugene Poole, who was an enthusiast at Harvard, and an alum at Harvard, who gave a cup which has been played for a long time now, and that's for the men. And we also have the Ramsey Cup, named after our legendary coach, still working today, Gail Ramsey, and that's the Women's Championships. As you may know, the tournament is divided up into divisions, and those are the 2 top divisions. My name's Richard Millman. I've been involved in the sport of squash since 1971, actually, when I started at Gresham School under the legendary Malcolm Wilstrop, who was my coach, and I became absolutely addicted to the game and found my way here to the United States back in 1993, and was lucky enough to be the first ever national men's team coach to the Pan Am Games before I went on to become the Cornell coach. These days I'm involved in very many different ways, and particularly lucky to be commentating. As I've said to you before, when we have these college matches, what we're offering to you is this crystal ball gaze of the future of squash, except you get to see it right now. So anyway, I want you to settle back and get ready for these fantastic matches. We'll introduce the players to you as they come on court, but welcome again to a glimpse of the future, the CSA National Individual Championships. And folks, just while we're waiting for the first match, both players to come on court, I just want to remind you that you can see all of our courts if you go to the CSA YouTube channel, which is flashing up right now, and there may not be commentary, but there's good coverage of all of the courts, video live feeds, and a quick reminder that all of our coverage is maintained and archived in perpetuity. And so there are many great matches that you can watch there. Certainly this year, if you go back to last weekend, and that was the men's championships, and also the previous weekend, the women's championships, there are some terrific matches. And my own personal favorite of the matches. If you can find the semi-finals 2 weekends ago at UPenn between Princeton and Harvard, and the match between Leanne Teo and Habiba El Dafarawi, that was one of the most exciting, beautifully played, accurate, contested matches that I've seen for some time. So enjoy those whenever you get the chance. On court right now, you can see on the right hand side our number 1 seed, Siva Subramaniam from Malaysia. She had a win this morning against Noran Yusuf from Trinity. She sort of took a while to get going, but once she did get going and listened to Coach David Palmer's advice, she started to flow around the court and mercurially come up with these tremendous misdirected shots and volleys and boasts that she has become famous for. She is the world's number 18 player currently on the world ranking list of the PSA. So, I mean, if you remember that these players are conducting a full academic load as well as playing in the top 20 of the world, in Siva's case, it's quite an extraordinary achievement for these young people. And I'm pretty confident that Siva will go and spend some more time on the world circuit, and as she hones her game, she will likely do as other players have done, for instance Georgina Kennedy, and really attack the top 10 in the world. Her opponent is on the other side, is from England, Saran Nguyen, and she played particularly well last weekend, 2 weekends ago in the team championships. She's from Harvard, and she, as I mentioned, is from England, and I would expect quite an interesting game here, because Saran Nguyen has a real ability to get across the middle of the court and intercept on the volley. So it's going to require, I beg your pardon, Siva to really be accurate and use good height, which she did this morning. She floated the ball. There you go, that's an example of a lob, but she also floated the ball, which is a flatter shot across the court, very effectively onto the sidewalls. And the problem for Saran is going to be, she's so tempted to try and intercept these volleys, but the perspective on these blue glass walls, the depth perception is really quite difficult. So if you slightly miscalculate, instead of a very nice intercept volley early, you end up a mishit that feeds the opponent. Saran Nguyen herself is currently PSA world number 103. She comes from Manchester in the UK, and she went to the Trinity Church of England school. I went to a Church of England primary school. It's sort of a big tradition in the UK. The Church of England fostered many, many academic institutions. So I sort of expect an attempt by Saran Nguyen to impose herself on the game with some aggressive, deep balls that fund her ability to get up the court and intercept. But the danger will be if she uses her intercepts to try and go short too early. This amazing player from Malaysia, Siva Subramaniam, has an incredible ability to turn defense into counter-attack and reply to seemingly first-class attacks with an even better counter-attack. I, from time to time, have likened her to a wasp stinging you when you least expect it, and she builds these beautiful flowing rallies and almost lulls you into a false sense of security. And if you attack her, she attacks you back, or if you don't attack her, she finds the opportunity to play these remarkable weighted two-wall boasts and little straight drops from all over the place and counter drops to the initial drop. Those are the particular areas that I think she's strong on. She's got this incredible racket head speed where she whips the racket head through. And of course, it's not power from the arm, it's actually a wonderful kinetic chain that starts from her toes and transfers power and weight up through her body, through her very relaxed upper body, arm, and into the racket head. And it produces this whiplash that I have, as I said, likened to a wasp sting. All right, we'll let them finish their warm-up, and I'll come back to you in a few minutes for the game. Okay, players are ready, and Sarandon Geem with Harvard, seeded 9th, serving, Siva Subramaniam receiving. As I suspected, quite a high intensity beginning, and I think that's what Sarandon Geem really likes. Siva Subramaniam actually is quite comfortable with that tempo because she feeds off that tempo. She'll use her opponent's power to counter and work the ball around the court. Oh, there's a nice little winning shot from the back of the court there. Very tight from Sarandon Geem there, and that's exactly what she needs to do to really limit Siva Subramaniam, because as soon as Siva gets, attackable ball, she'll start working the ball around the court and twist and turn her opponent's body. So 2-1. Sarandon Geem on the warpath right from the word go. It's a good length into the back corner. Quite often, if you hit that good width and length into these back corners, it is a bit of a black hole and the ball will die. Tool. Very close to being out, but I think it stayed in. Very loose ball, and you can see Sarandon Geem not happy with herself. Her hand reached out saying, what are you doing? What are you doing? But of course, it's a national championship, so It's a bit of a nerve-wracking moment. You've got to settle down, and it's not always easy. And you're playing against the world's number 18 player, so there's a little bit of pressure. And I don't want to jinx anything, but as compared with the way she started this morning, Siva looking a lot more energetic and buzzing around the court like the fantastic wasp that she is. She looks very busy. That's a good boast from that ball. Not easy to boast that ball on that side wall. It's what we call a squeeze boast. The ball's right on the side wall, and she's just let her body weight sink into the ball and the side wall and squeezed it off. It's a good rally. It's a very nice volley. There's, oh, now you just saw Siva rotate out of that shot a bit early, and because she rotated out, it closed her racket face. If you want to hit that two-wall boast well, you've got to back out, not rotate out. But there was a nice intercept volley in that rally from Saran Ngim, and that's really what I like about her game. If she can get across and cut those balls off, she can actually do quite a lot of damage. It's a bit like a Muhammad Ali jab. It's not going to knock you out, but after about 40 of them, you wish you were dead. Good quality down the side wall. Love to see these side wall rallies. 65% of the game of squash from right-handers played on the backhand side, and 80% to the back of the court. That's a beautiful width there. See her get this angle perfectly, exactly meeting where the opposition is going to hit the side wall. So that backhand left corner, really important area if you're going to be a squash player, and that's why we cover it so well. Because so much of the game goes on here. And another, if there's a classic example, you know, it looked like Siva was, you know, under pressure, but then's the moment that that wasp sting comes out and catches you. She is terrific at that counter-attack ability. She's balanced. That's a lovely little two-wall as well. Just creating daylight very, very quickly. It was all even, and suddenly she's got a 3-point lead. World-class player. Just a little question about her movement up to that, diagonally up to that front left corner. A couple of times I've seen her a little awkward with that, but coping fine there. 7-3. It's good length from Saran Ngim. I don't know how Siva got that out. And a beautiful little push there. Back wall boast, the worst shot in squash. And she can't defend it. Almost did. Back wall boast is the worst shot in squash other than hitting it out or in the tin, because it just gives your opponent all the time in the world and leaves you completely on defensive. 4-7. Saran Ngim needing to really get a couple of good rallies in here and get back in charge, because at the moment she's being pushed around a little bit by, oh, look at the head speed on this racket. Just absolutely choom. Yeah. And great deception. Oh, that's not fun. Not when you're in a national championship. Being hit by the ball. Oh, then so she's lost her concentration a little bit there, Saran, I'm afraid. You have to really stay focused and make a player like Siva work. You can't give her stuff. She'll lap that up. Oh, that's the second time she's played that shot, Saran. She's, you know, unleashes that with fair regularity. Siva will have to watch out if she wants to defend against that. It's like they opened up, caught the side wall. Good quality length here though. That one's short. Oh, that's very loose. Oh, beautiful little snap across the court. This is world-class deception. Wow, what a great start. Well, a completely different player from the one that we saw this morning. The one we saw this morning was a little bit tentative, hadn't got into a rhythm, but Siva Subramanian there showing the sort of class that's got her up to the position that she's in, and the reason that she's the #1 seed here. Well done indeed. Okay, well, we'll just give you a little rest for a moment, and then we'll come back to the second game. and you see Sarah Nguyen staying on court, just trying to find a little bit of flow and consistency to her strokes. Not happy with the way she was hitting the ball in that first game. And if she's going to dig her way out of this situation, she has got to create a barrage of quality pressure to the back of the court that pins Siva Subramaniam down. Because if you give her freedom, as you saw, the variety of things that she can do with that incredible, speed, deception, movement, really you're going to get into trouble. That's an unforced error early in the first game, in the second game, sorry, the first rally. Wow. Again, look at the racket head speed here, delivered with body weight. You can see from the hips and shoulders following through there. There was nothing available to hit there. I'm afraid Sarah Nguyen looking a little bit lost, but getting lucky there. She managed to get the back wall post, which went absolutely flush to the side wall, and bamboozled Siva a little bit there. She'll be wanting to settle down now, find that quality width and length that she was doing so. Oh my word, goodness me, that was a special delivery. You don't need a stamp for that one. It was going express. It's a wonderful player in England who's just beginning to play, PSA player Asia Harris, and I call her Asia Special Delivery Harris. Well, that was reminiscent of some of the shots that she can hit from time to time. 2-3, Sarah Nguyen. I'm sure Sarah and Asia know each other well. And that's the same technical error in my view as previously. She's opening up as she's trying to hit that post. Now, I don't want to be too critical because she does hit that post particularly well, but that's something that if I had the privilege of working with her, I would really change and make sure that she backed out of that instead of rotating out of it. 4-3. Nice return of serve, good depth from Sarah Nguyen. She's desperately trying to settle down. She's at least on terms at the moment. That's a good width and length. And that's what she's so good at, getting that intercept volley. Maybe shouldn't have gone short there. She's so much better when she uses her volleys to create more pressure deep. And that was just a perfect width from Siva Subramaniam. See that on the side wall at the widest possible point for the opponent. Good use of the lift. That's a little bit, oh, she's fortunate there because she knew she'd played that two wall much too early in the rally, and she was scolding herself there. Unfortunately for Saran, she just falling into the trap of playing that short too early. Good lift. That's a beautifully struck medium pace length on the volley there from Siva, and a lot of players making the mistake of smashing that overhead. She targeted it and had consequent excellent results. Tight. If you haven't watched too much of this before, tight means that the ball is bouncing one or two floorboards maximum on a straight ball like that. That's right beside the sidewall. That is what we call tight, and extremely difficult for the opponent to deal with, and often a precursor to a loose ball, an inaccurate ball in the middle of the court from the opponent. That's another very tight ball, but matched, equally matched by Sarah Nguyen. What a quality ball that was, and she delivers beautifully, having managed to get her opponent out of position, and much less stress on her on that particular shot. She was playing it as part of the process instead of an outcome shot, and that's what she's got to do. That was still too much outcome. She was indecisive. If she'd played that drop shot as she moved off, was more interested in having position before her opponent could get there, she'd have been fine, but she was caught in no man's land. It's a loose ball. Siva playing a speculative ball to the front of the court. Maybe could have played a bit more pressure, but in the end mops it up nicely to get herself a game ball. 10-4 for a 2-love lead. Half length, I'm afraid. Oh, little bit of loss of concentration from Siva. Maybe something went wrong with her leg there, I'm not sure. But didn't quite set up to work Saren on that one. 5-10. She is now volleying the return of serve, Siva, which I'm very pleased to see. That's a nice ball down the wall, but as I said to you before, you know, you play a great shot like that, Saren and Game, and Siva immediately counters with an even better one. It's a remarkable ability she has to utilize the opponent's attack to counter-attack. So, here we go. You know, we're going to have a little look around the courts here and see what's going on. Obviously, we've just seen Siva go up to a lovely 2-love lead for her. Sorry for Saren. Denis Galevsky is 2-love up against Hassan Khalil. Let me have a look around, see if I can talk to you about anybody else. There is Leon Teo earlier on. You can see she had a win there, but Emma Bartley gave her a little bit of trouble. Who else are we going to have a look at? Wenli Lai, this is in one of the back draws, is 1-love up. She's a Cornell player against Andrea Toth. She's the, I believe, Princeton player from Canada. And who else have we got here? Well, I can't see exactly. So let's anyway go back to this court that we're watching, and Siva really, you know, looking more and more like the #1 seed in the world's number 18 woman player. I just love the way she delivers that racket head through the ball. Full follow through. You know, one of the biggest problems that beginning players often have is understanding that 70% of the stroke comes after impact with the ball, and Siva demonstrates that so beautifully. Doesn't matter what shot she's playing, her follow through is just balanced and delivers her body weight whatever proportion she wants to deliver. So Saren Ngim, you know, very fine player, but she's really up against it here with this wasp-like world-class #1 seed. Better width and length. Half length from Siva, getting herself into a little bit of trouble, but out of it with perfect width. It's a little loose. There's the early intercept volley. That's what I love to see from Saren Ngim. Once she gets established on that half court line, or sorry, on the short line, she's very, very dominant, but the problem is Siva's accuracy and her variety of pace and direction makes it difficult for her to hang on in there in front. Oh, and you see, again, I talk about the geometry of squash. Saren played across court a little bit short, it came out wide, and Siva, just like she's a perfect mathematician, gets her protractor out and bisects the angle with machine-like precision. 2-love. Oh, a rare out ball. That was a little loosey-goosey. Maybe feeling a little too comfortable. 1-2. A good length. A loose ball. Oh. Didn't really get in position for that. She knew she wasn't in position and she tried to poke it in anyway. A little bit more footwork and she would have either had that shot or played a length. 2-all. Can Saren Ngim for the Harvard Crimson force some kind of bridgehead and make her way back into this match? That's a very nice little ball. Yes, she did very well indeed. There's a nice little bit of side spin on Saren's initial drop shot that just took it into the sidewall and made Seva's life difficult. There you see her trying to establish herself in front to dominate. And there she is again, getting round in front. That's a very tight ball by Seva though. Yes, how quickly she goes from, you know, being the back of the court and losing the rally to being in the ascendancy. 3-all. She's going to nearly caught her with that down the middle serve again. Saren relieved to get out of the way that time and not get hit by the ball. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. I don't know why Seva didn't get that back, because it was in the middle of the court bouncing straight towards her. Maybe she lost it. Sometimes you can lose this ball in these lights. You can't see it from here, but if you're on the court looking up, there are some extraordinarily bright lights and some dark patches, and sometimes the contrast is very difficult for the players to deal with. 4-all. That was a bit of a whack to nowhere from Seva. She needs to just get her concentration back, because the quality of what she did in the first two games was superb. Good ball, very tight, not quite deep enough. Again, the speed of the delivery of her racket head and forearm really limiting the opponent's reaction time. So often people will make a mistake just because they're late getting set up. 5-all. But better effort here from Saren Ngim. She's kind of staying in touch and managing to get herself further up the court. Whoever's in front on that blue line that goes across the middle, I always say is dominating the court, has control of the court. So the front position is very important. Beautiful width from Saren Ngim, and she is actually forging a bit of a bridgehead here, and there's a chance that she could sneak a game. And I'm sure Coach David Palmer for Cornell will not be wanting that, because Seva's got more matches to play, providing she gets this through this one, and doesn't want to waste her energy. But Saren obviously has other ideas, and she's really fighting well, and she's settled down. Some of the quality of the width and length now from Saren, really very good. And you can see Seva is a little bit up against it. And being dominated, so she's going to have to use her wiles of variation of stroke, because at the moment this barrage of straight quality from Saren Ngim really tying Seva up, and not, there it is, that intercept volley from Saren Ngim. She's so good across the middle line there, and now she's got her confidence up. She's really beginning to register in this game. A little bit of a fortunate return to serve there from Seva. 6-9. Trying to go for the down the middle serve again, but Saren wise to it this time. Oh, Seva off balance, leaning backwards on the wrong foot. So game ball to Saren Ngim, who's really earned her way back into this match with quality and determination. And Seva going for, oh, good pick up there, and a great float from Saren Ngim. That 2-all usually enough to kill people, and she hits a volley post herself and gives the number 1 seed some of her own medicine. Well, what a tremendous comeback from Saren Ngim, really turning that match around, and she did it with this quality that she's able to create when she's in front. She's very athletic. She's got very good ability to read and cut the ball off. So these volleys when she's in front of her opponent, so key to her whole game, and she's delivered extremely well there. So into a 4th game with Saren Ngim on the warpath, and Seva Subramaniam really needing to rethink the quality of her all-court game. So you see Cornell's number one, the number one seed in this tournament, Siva Subramanian, coming back on the court and running back onto the court. So clearly, trying to re-energize and regain the initiative that she has lost to this wonderful Harvard player, originally from England, or still from England, Saarinen Guillaume, who created a consistent barrage of quality to limit the number one seed and won that third game. So here we go in the fourth, and let's see who's going to get their way, because it's really about dominating with the correct game plan, and is it going to be the consistent straight pace and intercepts of the Harvard woman, or is it going to be the variety, speed, deception, and counter-attacking of the Cornell number one? First blood to Siva Subramanian. There's a slightly off-pace ball there. Siva so good at changing the paces according to her own situation and what's awkward for her opponent. Off to a good start here, 2-love. And she's earned that. She hasn't been given it by Saarinen, because Saarinen is still playing quite well as she was in the last game. Lovely tight ball, but well played, well retrieved there by Saarinen. A little bit loose, but she's on the warpath, Saarinen Guillaume, still. This is not the player who was making error after error in the first game. What a beautiful little touch. Oh my goodness. All the England cricket fans who are at home will enjoy that, because she's just controlled that little half volley with enough skill to be part of the England cricket board. A little bit low on that one. That's lovely lift. And she's in there on that volley again. And unless you get the ball wide against Saarinen, you're going to get volleyed to death. But that's another beautiful little round the wall boast here. She's very great at leaving the wrist, or the racket head behind the wrist, I should say, and delivering at the last moment. So you can't tell whether it's going to go straight or whether it's going to be the little round the wall boast. That's a little bit of a defensive volley boast there from Siva, but she got away with it. She's definitely beginning to move the ball around the court a little bit more. That one a half length, not such good quality, and Saarinen Guillaume able to capitalise on that. 2-3. No volley, and no volley usually means that the other player can take the front of the court and take charge, but on this occasion Saarinen making a miss hit, or a full miss of the ball. This is a good little competition down the backhand sidewall. And that's a little pop out, and unfortunately that means that you're going to be in your opponent's stroke. Here we go down the sidewall again, good quality. Yeah, look at that tightness, that's beautiful. It's great to see it from this view. You can see how hard the players are working to get into position, set their feet up correctly. And oh, that's just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. That's quality. See the foot down before the impact is made. Totally balanced. That was a beautiful shot. 3-4. Explosive racket head of Siva Subramanian. Goodness me, she throws that racket head through. Oh, and the change of pace. 2 or 3 very hard balls, and then, oh, thank you very much. And you could see Saren and Guillaume expecting the next powerful ball, fooled by the change-up. Just like a good baseball pitcher can throw a change-up, this player from Malaysia has the ability to make change-ups all the time that have your body jerking and going forwards and backwards until you don't really know where you're going. 6-3, daylight. Saren and Guillaume still really very much a part of this, but just being overhauled a little bit by the quality of the Malaysian woman. 7-3. And again, an explosive cross court. Oh, that is a very speculative boast to the front of the court and likely to cause trouble, but not punished for it. Unfortunately for Saren and Guillaume, she didn't do enough. And she's really in trouble, and that's going to be a stroke. Just a little bit getting ragged there, Saren and Guillaume, having been pushed and pulled all over the court, unable to maintain the balance and quality of her squash. That's a nice movement off the ball there, you saw. There's a tight ball, a good attack, lovely setup, and a little slice in there. Great lift. Oh, and there, this time Saren and Guillaume, if you noticed when she hit that shot, her shoulders opened, and then always closes the racket face. If you don't allow for that, you're going to catch the tin. Oh, swung a little bit too early. And it is very difficult on these blue sidewalls at the US Squash Center here. If you don't set your feet up early, and that means you need to really prep your racket very early. It's so easy to lose the depth perception and miss-hit the ball, which is why a lot of players avoid volleying at all. But that's even worse because you end up on the defensive as soon as you let that ball drop. It's a good slice down the wall, but it's a half length. Another half length. Siva making Saren pay there. And match to Siva Subramanian, a little sort of cameo in the middle there, or towards the end of the match from Saren and Guillaume, where she really played very well. But in the end, Siva Subramanian showing what a class act she is, and able to move the ball all over the court, varying the pace, deception, speed of the racket head, and her remarkable flowing movement, all combining to upset the diligent straight play of the Harvard woman, Saren and Guillaume. All right, so that was a good match. Let's have another look at the scoreboard and see what's going on around the courts. And well, there's an interesting result there. Megan Best, the #1 from UVA, beating the #1 from Drexel in straight sets. We know Megan Best from the Caribbean is just a tremendous player, former US Junior Open champion. So it'll be exciting in the next round to see who Megan Best comes up against. But she is a class act. And we already saw Leon Teo has gone through. And what else have we got going on? Wenli Lai is now 2-1 up and looking okay against Andrea Tuth. Noran Youssef, who we saw earlier today, is 2-1 up against Malak Taha. All right, we'll come back in a minute, but we're going to have a men's match for you next, and that will be an exciting game between Nick Spazziri from Penn, one of my favourites, just a hard-working, intelligent squash player who, if he can find a way through, will find a way through. He had a tremendous result against the Princeton #1, Dalen Mauji, but he's up against it because he's playing our number 2 seed from UVA, a man that is like a human panther, Ali Hussein. So back in a moment. And I can see that one of our professional referees, Viano, was just coming to chat to the players there. But you can see on the right-hand side, Ali Hussein from Egypt, the number 1 for UVA. He actually went to Tabor Academy here in the United States, and had a tremendous career with them. And on his left side, or on the left side, is Nick Spazzeri. He's an American, and he comes from, I believe, let me just check this before I give you the wrong information. I think he's from Greenwich, Connecticut, he is, and he's from Brunswick School, which has a tremendous history in the sport of squash. He came 4th in the US Junior Open in 2019, and he had a 12-5 record last year for UPenn. And as I mentioned earlier, he had a great win against the Princeton number 1, Dalen Mauji, in the last 16 this morning. And he's since he was a junior, he's been a favourite of mine because he is a player that if there is a way to get through, he'll find it. He's a fighter. He's got great strokes, but his problem today is that Ali Hussein is one of the most competent all-round squash players that we've seen in the college ranks, maybe ever. His mobility, his patience and courage, which I think sometimes courage is underrated as a quality in a squash player. but his willingness to withstand tremendous pressure from his opponent for a long period of time, and know that if he just hangs on, his opportunity will come. That's a quality which is very daunting for an opponent. An opponent can put together a quality period of play with very good rally construction, accuracy, and pull Ali Hussein out of position many times, and yet soul-destroyingly Hussein stays in the game, and then the least little loss of concentration, dropping in quality, and like a panther he strikes. It really is remarkable to watch. But we'll see what Spazzeri can do. He can certainly construct excellent fundamental game plans and construct rallies that are very, very effective frameworks for him to get forwards and take control of the front of the court. But even if he managed to do that and create 4 or 5 waves of attack, 4 or 5 periods of ascendancy for himself, Ali Hussein quite happy to wait till the 8th or 12th period of ascendancy for his opponent, and generally will be ready to then counterattack when the opportunity comes. Occasionally Ali will be sent the wrong way, and his technical skills are not as good as some of the great players of the past, but still very, very good. See him with his coach on the right hand side there, Mark Allen. I've known Mark a long time. When I was a professional in England and I had a professional team in the PSL, the Premier Squash League, Mark was one of the players I was lucky enough to be able to call on in my professional team. That is a long time ago. That is the mid-1980s. And here he is now, having been South Africa's national coach. He's in charge of UVA, and a wonderful program he's built here. So here we go. Nick Spazzeri playing against number 2 seed Ali Hussein. And let's see what he can do to corner this amazing cat-like player from Egypt. Nice loft of the ball there, very tight but equally tightly returned. Oh my goodness, what a great start. We don't see those tight rallies down the forehand side all that often. As I've said to you before, it's mainly down the backhand side that we see it with right-handed players. But that was a wonderful start by both players down the forehand side. But you'll start to see some of these backhand rallies and see the tightness there from Spazzeri, creating a mishit from Hussein. Hussein jumps out with that. Ooh, there was an opportunity there for Spazzeri. Oh yeah, he's got great whip on this ball. See that forearm, very, very short, powerful swing. Didn't give Hussein time to react. There's a different look. Changed that up, that pace. He's doing a good job of getting Hussein behind him before he then takes it in. It's a loose ball from Hussein, but he's so quick. And again, he's so quick. Spazzeri's done a great job. He's really, got him under pressure. And he's getting some results here at the beginning of this first game. 2-1. I love these different looks that Spazzeri is using. He's changing the pace. That's a very nice medium pace ball. And then he'll come in with an explosive shot that'll just give his opponent less time. That's a beautiful rhythm. Tight ball. If you see a ball bouncing 2 or even 1 floorboard from the sidewall, it really is difficult for the opponent to be able to do anything aggressive with that. So that's why these players are working so hard down that sidewall to get the ball close to the wall, so they're hoping the opponent will pop the ball out like Spaziri just did then. But Hussein unable to capitalize, and a wonderful width and length from Spaziri there. You saw him just fade that ball into the sidewall. So 3-1 to Spaziri. At the moment keeping high quality length to the back of the court while he's building his position. Not sure if that's, oh, it's a let ball. And you know, Hussein reasonably wondering whether he should have been given more than that, but as I've said several times, these referees are professional referees. They're constantly in continuing education and working with the World Refereeing Organization. In this country, we're very lucky to have Sheldon Anderson and Mike Riley, two of the world's most experienced referees, who are working all the time to help our referees continue to be, I consider, the best in the world. There are a couple of referees in England that I particularly like. My old friend Jason Foster, who I think is a brilliant referee, and Andrea Santamaria, I think she's a brilliant referee. But we do have some fantastic referees in North America as well, who I believe really work to get a fair outcome and a flowing game. Beautiful little drop volley there from Spaziri, not putting too much on it. Oh, that could be a stroke. Yeah, it was a stroke. And the reason being because Spaziri has stood on his shot and Hussein unable to get through, and so penalty against Spaziri for that standing on the ball. You'll have to be a bit careful here because Hussein is lightning quick, and if he doesn't move off as he hits it, if he moves off after he hits it, Spaziri, it's going to be a stroke. Oh my goodness. Lovely little half volley here. See how he just takes the ball on the short hop, as you would say in baseball, and controls that into the left-hand side nick. So Spaziri still keeping his nose in front here against this tremendous number 2 seed. My expectation would be that if he can hang out for the first game, that would be great, but I suspect that just the continual relentless play of Hussein will eventually wear this big man down. But I wouldn't underestimate him. I've seen him against Egyptian opposition before doing extremely well. So it's 4-all, I believe. Yeah, that's it. Spaziri, I think, so far executing his game plan particularly well, not getting distracted, maybe just getting into a bit of trouble with traffic because he's a great big person and he tends to stand on some of his shots. When he overstretches, it's difficult for him to be recovering at the same time as hitting. And if he steps in and hits, then his opponent is going to be right on his back and there's a chance of a stroke. That's beautiful. He moved off that ball really well. A let is given. I think Spaziri was, you know, really hoping that he would get that point because he hit a great attack from a loose ball. But interference deemed to have been made. 4-all. It's a great opening to this first men's quarterfinal that we're seeing today. You know, there's no sort of nervousness. Both players are really delivering the squash that they are capable of delivering. Hussein maybe just a little rattled by how well Spaziri is playing. Great cross-court width. Spaziri maybe could have hit it a little deeper, but it was a tremendous width hitting that nick target. Oh, he didn't take that volley. That's a shame. That's a great delivery to good width. But there again, as soon as you let the cat out the bag, goodness me, he does attack you. Beautiful ball down the sidewall, and that's a pop out, trouble, but Hussein not capitalizing, and in the end, yeah, Hussein throwing his arms up, but Spaziri just really doing what was expected of him. And Hussein a little angry, but really Hussein creating his own problem by playing that loose ball. Spaziri just capitalizing on it. So Spaziri back to 5-4. Oh, that's unlucky. Spaziri not moving off that ball, just using his arm to poke it down the wall. And of course Hussein, you know, very, very pleasantly helping him out by pushing him into the situation. And see there again, we're seeing Spaziri a little upset, but to be honest, again, if he set himself up, loaded his legs, and pushed off as he hit the shot, instead of just using his arm to poke the ball back down the wall without using any legs, then he would get into so much trouble. Problem with big men is that they often can get into trouble with traffic if they're not really flowing off the ball. And I would say there's a fair incidence even at the top of the game of people not understanding the correct flow and dynamic. And a lot of people still think you're supposed to hit the ball first and then move. That simply doesn't work. It's illogical. You hit the ball first, your opponent wants to go after the ball. If you then move, you're going to move into their path. And actually it's physiologically wrong as well, because we're supposed to be employing our legs when we hit the squash ball to generate a kinetic chain, and if you're using just your upper body, you're static. So another stroke, and Spaziri getting a little upset, but you know, it's all very reasonable because the pace that Hussein is managing to create is making Spaziri reach and poke at the ball, and that means that he's not moving off, he's not got any flow, and then of course Hussein's then jumping in on top of him because he knows that Spaziri is slow. Yeah, it's hard, but all I want to see him do in that same situation, we'll maybe see some replays afterwards, is instead of hitting the ball from a static position, being mobile before he hits the ball so that he moves out of the space as he hits it, so there's nothing to run into. That's a very nice cross-court nick there, and there's no interference because he's hit it away from himself there. But you see, even there, he's late moving off the shot that he's played. And the advantage of moving off as you play it is that you put yourself earlier into position for the next shot that your opponent plays. And it's really part of what we call a shot-centric, a rally-centric mentality instead of a single shot-centric mentality. Game ball to Ali Hussein, and feel a bit sorry for Nick Spaziri because he's getting into all kinds of trouble because he's static. And it would be helpful if he really had been able to be shown how to move off that ball in a flowing manner. He's just not used to also playing against a player who's just as devastatingly quick as Hussein, who's moving on to him before he's really finished his shot. But if he's hit the ball and the ball is in play, doesn't matter about finishing your shot in the modern game. You have got to have left a space to go through. All right, 1-love. Good start by Spaziri, but in the end, really transgressing so much that he helped Hussein on his way. And the number 2 seed is now 1 game to the good. Okay, so let's see if Nick Spaziri can sort out his movement dynamics and force Hussein to have to go for the ball instead of being able to just get a free stroke. Spaziri did move off that ball. I feel as though, you know, it's a bit hard done by there because his shot was quality and he moved off. The only problem is that he hit to a half length, and so if he had hit to a full length or to a short length, then Hussein wouldn't have had an argument. But if he's hitting back to the same level in the court that he's standing, then he's always going to have the stroke against him. It's a good rally down the sidewall. Good quality width there. Could have maybe got a volley on that one, but that's another great width. Look at the quality from these gentlemen here. And then attacked on the cross court. Half volley needed. Good width and length. Another good width and length. Yeah, we're having some forehand rallies. Very unusual to have that many shots down the forehand. Usually it's just down the backhand, as we see here. Yeah, sensible by Spaziri playing away from himself on the attacking intercept rather than towards himself, because he's got into trouble so many times. I wonder if his coach, Sean Wilkinson, has talked to him about that. I believe it's Sean Wilkinson. We'll just check now. Beg your pardon. It is Gilly Lane. I don't know if Gilly's here or maybe Jack Wyant. I'm not sure who's working with the Penn guys today, but it would be a sensible move. Now see, that's not his fault. He's played a quality length. Yeah, and you can see Hussein getting upset because he's not getting the same let as he got before, but it was a different situation. Spaziri has played, as I intimated earlier, he's played a deep ball, and so Hussein needed to go and get it. It's only when Spaziri stands on the blue line and hits to the blue line that it's going to be, or in that general area, it's going to be a stroke. So 1-love to Spaziri. And let's see if he's got the mental perspicacity to actually think about keeping the ball away from the areas where he's been given strokes against. This nice length. Lovely, easy, looping pace length. Dying length, love it. Yeah, he's so languid with those shots. I love the way he plays those shots. Didn't quite get the width he wanted. Oh, you see his chest open there, and that closes the racket face. If he kept the 90 degrees angle of contact, he would have been able to slot that away, but he's opened up. That's almost a half length, so he has to be very careful. There's half length again. Anything that's bouncing on the blue line, there's a chance of Ali Hussein running into him. But that's a good length. That's deep. Deep again. Quality down the sidewall here. Very nice down the sidewall. Yeah, we're getting a very good little competition here for dominance of this rally. There's really good jousting going on. It's a question of who's going to play the loose ball or who's going to make the mistake. But these gentlemen really laying down the gauntlet to each other and saying, I'm happy to stay here, are you happy to stay here? Eventually I think Ali Hussein will just outlast Nick Spaziri. But I don't know, if Spaziri manages to keep the quality and accuracy of the depth and the width, his racket skill is first class. I would say slightly superior to Ali Hussein's. And it may result in an error from Ali Hussein. That's what he's hoping for. And he's not playing too fast, so he's not getting his lungs punched to death. He's able to keep breathing, keep that rhythm going, keep varying the rhythm. And it's a very nice early intercept. But again, you see the cat-like figure of Hussein nipping around the court. You know, those were two very good attacking drop volleys there from Nick Spaziri, but amply dealt with by the amazing Cavalier. Oh. And a no-let given because, yeah, that he's taken the wrong line there. The line was diagonally to the front of the court, and he's gone in towards the player. And that was a really well-executed rally by Nick Spazzeri. You know, the patience, not just patience, but patience and quality and depth paying off. So he constructed his position, and then he realized that there was an opportunity there, and he snapped that little short ball in suddenly. Very well played. That's half length.
He just played his shot.
But I think Hossein getting a little bit too engaged with the referee here, and actually he should have just run and got that ball because it wasn't that accurate a shot from Spazzeri, and he should have just gone and got it. But Hossein just too focused on the refereeing instead of building the rallies. But I'm sure he'll settle down in a moment and realise that his best policy is to play. Spazzeri doing very well, and as you may have heard me say earlier, I have seen him against Egyptian opposition before, and he has got a great ability to kind of find a way through in difficult circumstances, which is a wonderful ability. You see him varying the pace and really organising the pace of the game to suit himself. And that's so important, an ability, especially when you're a big man like this. You don't want to get involved in a real whacking battle at great speed. I thought that ball was definitely in. But there you go, it was called out. Somewhat frustrating. It's an important moment here for Spazzeri, because if he could get his way up to sort of 5-6-2, he'd really get the sort of momentum and the moral dominance within the rally. But if he gets back to 3-4, curse to the commentator. He'd done so well to build a position in this game with patient, diligent, thoughtful work, and he's just slapped one in the tin, which undoes so much of the good that he's done. Of course, you can't underestimate the wearing toll of rallies like the one that he won after many, many shots. And that, of course, is one of the great assets of Hossein. Yeah, Hussein's unfortunately getting into trouble because he's playing loose ball, and although he is this amazing athlete, it's no good if you play a loose ball. You've got to give the opponent the opportunity to play it, and if the opportunity is then used to hit a tight ball. Now again, Hossein getting much too involved with the referee, unnecessarily so. It was a good choice by Spazzeri to lift that ball, because if he'd played it flat, it would have been a stroke. A lovely little chop there. A little bit of danger there. He sort of hit it a little flattish and stayed for a while. But now already you see that he's tending to try and hit the ball in places not to get himself involved with Hossein. So that, you know, he's obviously a highly intelligent squash player. Obviously he's at a wonderful institution. He's an intelligent person, but I'm talking about a squash IQ as well as just intellect. Well, that's a good attack. It's tight. Tight again. See what I mean about the quality of Spazzeri's technical work? It's as good as anybody. He's annoyed now. He's more annoyed that he's made a bad choice. He knows that ball should have been lofted and that would have protected him. But he's gone, you know, it's sort of default flat, hard, and his mind has stopped operating as far ahead as it had been in the remainder of, or the early part of this game. Still, he's 5-4 up. You see when he lifts the ball, he avoids the whole difficulty of the half-court ball that Hussein is so fast onto, and therefore on Spaziri's back, because Spaziri doesn't have enough time to move. That's a beautiful whip. This is just weighted with the hand, worked into the sidewall, great geometry, really working out the angles. 6-4. So this is not really what Ali Hussein had in mind in this match, and he's going to have to really sort of dig in a little bit and work very hard, otherwise he's going to find himself embroiled in a 4 or 5 setter that he doesn't really want to get involved with. Still a bit flat there from Spaziri. It's when he lifts the ball or keeps it short or plays the cross court that he avoids the trouble. That was beautifully forced by Ali Hussein by playing that great width and length to the back corner, and Spaziri just getting caught out there. Five, 6. Good width on the return of serve. And again, you see him lifting it. It gives him enough time not to be engaged with the bumping at the half-court level with Hussein. That was a nicely played ball as well. He moved off that ball as he hit it, and there again. So it shows he can move off. And again, he's moved off with that shot, and that actually funds the power of the shot with the legs instead of with the arm. Yeah. Wise not to volley that one, it was too tight. Beautiful. I love this rolling length that he hits with a lovely rhythm. It just gives him enough time to be ready for the next shot. There's the half length that's going to get him into trouble, because he just didn't lift it enough. Let being played, I'm really quite surprised, because that is the danger zone for him. When he half volleys or reaches in and hits that backhand ball that lands on the blue line, you know, and Hussein is just all over him. 5-6. Little 2-wall. Good hands. Oh, I don't like that. That's Hussein trying to use the referee against his opponent. That's not good. And no let given, quite rightly, because that was not proper etiquette. He should have just gone and played that. And unfortunately, he's let the referee get into his head a little bit. Machu returns with a quality 2-wall boast. 6-7. It's tight. Goodness me, that was tight. But great lift again by Spaziri. Oh, it's tight by Hussein. Beautifully played. Oh, that's going to be a stroke. Yeah, he needed to get his feet into position. So, yeah, despite wonderful resistance from Nick Spaziri, Hussein relentlessly getting off. There's no way. What's this decision there? Well, for me, I think Spaziri has lost out. As I said, the referees are trained and they're going through continuing education, so we have to respect them. They're the ones that are doing this week to week. Spaziri getting a little involved with the referee, you know, and he feels as though his shot was too good a quality. And I think he has a point, but decision's been made, you got to move on. Okay, 7-all. That's a beautiful hold, and there's a good example of where Spaziri in the first game would have hit the straight ball and ended up giving a stroke away, but he's such an intelligent squash player that he's not only shown the straight ball, but then with that incredible short forearm power, he's flicked that ball across the court. Well, it's more than a flick. It's you know, a forehand snap is what I would call it. And he's wrong-footed Ali Hussein. So even the Panther-like Hussein can't get that ball back. That's a good attack by Ali Hussein. And there's another forearm snap. And oh yeah, oh my goodness, I can't believe Hussein got that back, but he is remarkable at covering the court. Not only covering the court, but playing accurately off a tremendous attacking shot. It's a very tight ball, very well done there. And another tight ball, oh great snap across the court. It's a good rally. There's a lot of quality in this rally, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's unlucky. Pressure told in the end. 8-all. So important moments for both players. Ali Hussein wanting to get on with it, doesn't want to have to play a fourth game with the rest of the tournament in mind. Spaziri fighting for his life, wants to get through, get on to a 1-all, maybe get in Hussein's head, make him think about, you know, the difficulties of playing against the game plan that Spaziri has been playing. And you see Spaziri really banging his head there because he knows that was not part of the game plan that's been so successful. 9-8. So important these both players concentrate here. Beautiful shot there, just so well executed. See, it's a loose ball from Hussein, and he has no rights there. He had to go and get it. Beautiful half volley from Spaziri. 9-all. Good wrist snap again. He's doing that a lot just lately. And again, the suddenness gives the opponent very little reaction time. And you can see that Hussein in survival mode a little bit on those snaps. Just happy to keep alive. That's a little short, that snap, but he did well to get in there. Don't really like the way that Hussein's gone straight into the body here. If he'd been further forwards, there was a line to that ball.
You need to look for the ball and go to the ball. The ball was already at the back.
Yeah, Hussein, I think he's just got himself a little distracted in this match. You know, sort of worried about the quality of the shots from Spaziri. And Spaziri's got himself a game ball here because, not because Spaziri particularly played a good shot there, but because Hussein just got himself involved with the referee and sort of tried to create a stroke situation and has ended up getting a no let. You have to be careful what you wish for.
Yes,
And that time Hussein, he's been giving a let because when he hit that shot, he moved into Spaziri's line. Now, I'm not going to say it was on purpose, but it looked very suspicious. And so I hope that we're not going to get into this kind of blocking in order to get a refereeing result. I feel for Hussein a little bit because Spaziri has been earlier in this match sort of creating problems because he didn't move off, but now I think he's doing a good job and he's very rarely ever blocked, and it's more in line with Hussein's kind of fighting to try and create refereeing decisions. He needs to really concentrate on his game plan, which at the end of the day, he's just such a great athlete. You know, he shouldn't really be too worried if he just concentrates on his game. If he's going to be distracted though, Spaziri, who as I've said before, I think is a very good match player and has great squash IQ and can work out a way through if there is a way through, will take advantage of this and keep his cool and keep very focused. Very intelligent manager of situations. Oh, that was a poor choice. Going for that cross-court nick there. That's kind of out of the game plan. So easy when a loose ball appears to suddenly forget your game plan and say to yourself, "Oh, net."
So say, you're trying
Yeah,
to shut
it's
your
kind of
opponents out.
disintegrating a little
Please don't
bit
do that.
into, you know,
Left box
an
and right
argy-bargy
ball.
afternoon. And even Spazzeri now getting a little bit kind of disconcerted and losing the plot a little bit. But I expect him to get back to it pretty soon. Very cool-handed individual, it seems to me. Nice, easy rhythm to that cross-court. Playing well within himself. Hussein just a little bit sort of frustrated and letting that frustration come through in the frenetic nature that he is using to play this game. I don't think he's going to get a let there. Yeah, no let. And, you know, Coach Mark Allen, I think, needs to just redirect Ali Hussein and just remind him that, you know, you're a very good squash player. You need to play squash. You know, you're not particularly a good referee, and actually you're not the referee in this match. So you need to go back to playing squash, and that will be plenty if you play it properly. On Spazzeri's side, we have to say, once again, he's demonstrated what a sharp thinking, sort of strategic customer he is, and not only that, but the quality of his technical skills, his understanding of using varying rhythms. You know, I'm nothing but in admiration of the way he's managing himself, especially after the first game where he got into so much difficulty, probably giving away 5 points on strokes, and he's just changed to avoid that situation. Very well done.
Seconds. One game all. Spazzeri to serve. Love all.
So, be very interesting to see what these two players can do at the beginning of this third game. Who is going to establish themselves in the first 2 or 3 rallies? Are we going to have more of this wonderful variation of pace and management of the situation from Nick Spazzeri? Are we going to have more of Ali Hussein kind of losing the plot and getting involved with the referee? Or are we going to see him go back to his wonderful all-court management of the game, his willingness to live through periods of sheer hell and still come out the other end victorious? If I was working with Ali, I would say, you know, let me see a couple of 120 shot rallies, maybe 150 shot rallies, and work this big man's body around the court. Don't get involved with the referee. Go and chase down every ball, and let's see what kind of damage you can put into this man's body just by staying engaged and involved for a long time. Don't even worry about the score in the first 2 points, 3 points. Just put damage together, and we'll see. You know, the way this rally is going, it could be that that's what he's thinking about, and he's decided not to get involved with any of the lets and strokes. And certainly, from Nick Spazzeri's point of view, he doesn't want to get involved with, you know, 150 shot rallies. Although he's very good at managing pace, you know, running all over the court for 150 shots, that's just not what his body's built for. And both these players, of course, have the advantage of very, very good coaches. Gilly Lane, top 50 in the world. Mark Allen, top 50 in the world. So they've both been there. They've both been through really, really tough matches, many of them, and come out smiling at the other end. So the advice is there. See, that's a good example of Ali Hussein. That's perfectly good. Nothing wrong with that. It's upsetting that he got that ball back, but that's what he does. But there was a situation there where he could have got involved with the let or the stroke, and that one is a genuine decision and stroke given because Spaziri's moved into the line there. And you saw Spaziri's shot hit the sidewall and flicked out. Referee immediately giving a decision. So, yeah, slight change in the demeanour of Ali Hussein. He's obviously come out here and decided, you know what, I'm a good squash player. I just need to play good squash. And he's absolutely right. He is a good squash player, and he doesn't need to get involved with the staccato stop-start of little discussions, etc. And Nick Spaziri, tremendous match manager, but I'm sure he doesn't want to get involved in, as I said, these very, very debilitating, exhausting long rallies. And yeah, see, that's good. That's good. Very impressed, Ali Hussein. Could have stopped and sort of got involved, and that he's genuinely trying to get to that ball. It's a let ball, but what I loved about it is he's not looking at the referee and trying to persuade the referee it's a stroke. He just wanted to get to that ball. So I think that's a tremendous change. Credit, of course, to his coach as well. I'm sure helped him understand that. That's another stroke, really, if he played that. But he's decided to go full non-referee and just let his play count. Tight. Spaziri, for his part, is doing okay, but he's already played quite a few loose balls. He gets a no-let for that. He did play the pop out, the ball that hit the sidewall and came out. Round the wall. Ooh. Now, usually on this shot, Hussein plays a lob, but he's tried to play that quick and flicked it, and he's lost his balance as he's hit it. But he's made a tremendous start there, Hussein. Really a good tactical change, a thinking change. Of course, he's going to have to do this on the PSA when he goes out into the full-time PSA world. You can't get involved with the referees all the time in the PSA. Some players do, but it, in the end, isn't going to help you. You've got to let your squash speak for you. Good width. Slightly opened up there. Hussein didn't quite get the width. And Spaziri still playing this lovely rolling, even tempo lengths that just don't let Hussein take the ball before Spaziri's ready. I don't know how he flicked that out. That was good skill, but that's good width. And that's also right there, what you're seeing right there is that sort of slight wilting in the Spaziri body. That's those first two really long rallies beginning to work their charm, pay dividends. When I was a pro and I was playing well, I often had great matches where I lost the first game in half an hour, maybe an old scoring 10-8 or 9-7, and I didn't care because I knew I'd done the training and I knew the work that I'd put into my opponent would pay off later. And I was lucky enough in my career to win a lot of matches 3-1 where the last three games didn't last as long collectively as the first game. You've got to have that mindset. when you are in good shape and you're playing against a quality player. Oh, such a good pickup there from Spazzeri from a very difficult situation. But again, you can see it's beginning to really drag on his body. He's having to work around the court for longer periods than he wants, and there's a little bit of raggedness beginning to come into his body. And Hussein more than happy to do the work. In fact, he's almost saying, give me more. It's a good hold. But again, he pokes it up. And that one's good enough. That one's good enough.
3-6.
That's a beautiful whip there. But you can see in Spazzeri's movement as he drags himself over to that service box that he's beginning to feel a little bit fatigued. And the questions start coming into your mind, can I really keep doing this for much longer? And this is the point at which Hussein should be saying to himself, I'm going to hit another really long, miserable rally and take you to a special place in hell that you don't want to live in, and I'm happy to. It's a very tight ball. Nice lift there by Spazzeri. And again, fantastic width from Spazzeri. Oh, what a good piece of wrist there. Hussein doing a good job of getting out the way, making Spazzeri play, making the rally continue instead of running into Spazzeri. It's quality. I don't know how he got that back, but he did. But I'm likely to say that a bunch of times this weekend because that's the nature of the beast. The Panther of Egypt, Ali Hussein. And there's a stroke. So all that work, and you can see in the body language of Nick Spazzeri that the result is very soul destroying. Yep, and the head shake and the head down. And this is what a player like Hussein will do to you. Just make you sorry to be alive sometimes. It's a nice ball, but well picked. Oh, God, that's going to be a stroke. You know, so he's played a great ball, Spazzeri, and then he's just hit the loose ball, and you just can't do that. You have to keep it tight. You've got to limit Hussein. If you don't limit him, it's either going to be a stroke, and you can see the tiredness is really kicking in now. It's a beautiful shot. It wasn't quite up. It was nearly up, though. Scarily close to being up. Cooled down on himself by Hussein. 4-10 game ball. Another beautiful width there. Oh, lovely hands. I don't know how he got that back either. And there you see, getting one more back often leads to winning the point through the frustration of the opponent who just wishes you hadn't got it back. Well, many congratulations there to Ali Hussein for reassessing the way that he was applying himself to this match, changing his attitude, and realizing that his squash is what's going to win it for him, not his conversations with the referee. And tough on Nick Spazzeri because he still hit good quality at the beginning of that game, but just the miles and the twists and the turns that the longevity of the rallies at the beginning of the game put into his body, just too much for the big man. And I suspect that this next game, unless Spazzeri can really dig deep, will be more of the same at the beginning of the game while he's still a little bit fresh, and then a downward spiral. I may be wrong, we'll wait and see.
Hussein leads 2-1. Hussein to serve, love all.
May start seeing a little bit of acceptance from Nick Spazzeri, but he'll certainly have a go at the beginning of this game, see what he can conjure. But as it goes on, I think he just may say, you know, I had a good go, but it's not to be. We shall see. I don't want to be negative on his behalf and the voice of doom, but when you've got a class player like Hussein, who simply has such mobility and patience, courage, it's very hard. 2-love already to Hussein, and Spazzeri still trying to keep that ball away from that half-court area with rhythm and height, so that he doesn't get into these situations he got into in the first game with so many strokes against him. And he's keeping a good quality width. Look at this sidewall rally. It is fantastic down this sidewall. Oh, nice little flick there. Almost caught out, and we're back on the backhand sidewall. Oh, that's going to be a stroke. Unfortunately, it just took him too long to clear, and Hussein has the right to take the ball whenever he wants to take it. No, I'm going to play when I'm ready, he says. I don't blame him. I'd be absolutely exhausted. These days I would. When I was in my mid-20s I wouldn't have been. That was a long time ago. Oh, it's beautifully controlled. Hasn't tried to do too much with that. Earlier he hit the backhand cross-court neck and he was just trying to do too much. But you can see he's just taking the pace off of that, and there's nothing to hit when Hussein gets there. 1-3. Yeah, there's still some interest here from Spazzeri. I like his body language. As he's moving up, he's definitely interested in the next ball, looking opportunistically for something to be creative with. And he hits that so nicely down that line. Oh, that's a great sudden snap there. He's got violence in that forearm. But then he's got caresses like that. Beautiful change. Meanwhile, Ali Hussein, I think, really focused on just playing for as long as it takes, not getting embroiled in any conversations. Realizes his opponent has tremendous skill, and he's just got to live through the purple patches. There's no doubt Spazzeri has the skill and capability to get Hussein in trouble multiple times within one rally. The problem is, for every 5 or 6 crescendos and peaks that he's able to create and put Hussein into trouble, Hussein's more than happy to stick around for 10, 12, and eventually the bottom just falls out. Certainly the early going has not been too bad from Spazzeri at all, but I just wonder how long he can keep it going. We've already seen a couple of rallies where he's ended up playing an uncharacteristically inaccurate shot into the tin, and that's just fatigue. It's beautifully played there though. Balanced, floated ball. Oh, that's trouble, and there's no way he's going to get that. And you can see he didn't even take off there because he's just got nothing left to push with. 5-1. Yeah, bending over double. Long season. Oh, see, he's getting involved again, and there's no need for it. He could have run round the back of him and gone and picked that ball up, but he chose to run straight into the player. just lost the plot for a second there, Ali Hussein. Forgot his game plan, forgot what his coach had told him, I suspect, and went back to this, you know, wanting the referee to win the game for him. There would have been chastisement from Mr. Allen, I'm sure, if he'd done that more than once. That's well played. So it's going to be a stroke. If Spaziri had hit a cross court into the front right corner, he would have cleaned the wax out of Ali Hussein's ears. Fantastic reach there by Spaziri. I don't know how he managed to get to that. Lovely little top spin, top and side spin there. Yeah, see there, Hussein could have moaned and complained, but he realised that he needed to go and play it.
And that's 6-3.
Just shows you there is an option. You don't have to just run into your opponent's back. You can bother to go round, and yes, it's making you do extra work, but what's your long-term game plan? To convince a referee that you're being wronged, or to win a match? And you have to remember, what is your priority? There's more than one way to skin a cat, and there's more than one way for a cat to win a match, and he's showing it here. Yep, and I don't blame Spazira either. I need a couple more breaths, young man. You can serve again. Yeah, that cross-court nick is really not going to work, I don't think, in this situation. Not very often, anyway. It's a half length by Hussein. He'll have to be careful not to give strokes away when he does that. 7-3, beautiful tight ball. Spaziri in on the half volley. And then a counter half volley in defence. What Jonah Barrington used to call a scramble there. Barrington used to scramble the ball. It's trouble. Let play. I'm quite surprised, but there you go. The referees, their whole focus is trying to get a fair outcome. So sometimes what seems obvious to me is not within the focus of the referee, because they've got a different raison d'etre for the decision. It's tight work. Oh, early. Oh, how on earth did he get that back? See, it's difficult for Spaziri to believe that anybody could have got that ball back. But you could see the ball did not bounce twice, and Hussein is just lightning quick. That one, I think, just stuck in the nick for a split second. 1, 2. Ooh, he might have got it. He might have got it as well. Yeah. Even the referee, I think, maybe a little bamboozled, unless that nicked and then bounced a second time before he then caught it. It's difficult to see. 4-7. Spaziri not down and out yet. He's struggling, but he's fighting to survive well. Ooh. That's a shot he plays quite often. That wasn't supposed to hit the front wall. That was supposed to hit the side wall. It was supposed to be a little reverse corner. He's avoided in the main since the first game hitting those flatter balls back towards himself. He's lofted it or hit change of direction, but again, a little weariness kicking in. 8-4. And again, instead of running into Spaziri's back, he's just gone and got it, because he's going to get more mileage out of elongating the rally and working Spaziri, there he is, than he would have done by playing a let. Spaziri a little annoyed that he didn't see that 2-wall coming. 9-4, oh, it's a quality ball. Incredible pull off the side wall there. Good hands, but all short. It's got to go long to keep Hussein off his back. Little half volley there on the cross court. Ooh. Referee giving a let or a stroke?
Okay, down 5-9.
Stroke given. Okay. 5-9. Big lady hasn't sung yet, but she's getting close. What a great two-wall there by Spazzeri. Working Hussein's body. Unfortunately, Hussein's body seems to be able to take almost endless amounts of work and spring back. He does seem to have 9 lives. Oh, that's good hands. That is tremendous hands there. Oh, little touch.
6-9.
Have a little bit of that, Mr. Cat. 6-9. Hussein the Panther pacing up and down, back and forth. Ooh, extra spark here to Nick Spazzeri at the end of the match. Or the end of this game, I should beg his pardon. He's not down and out yet, and his quality of some of these shots is fantastic. Great snap. Oh, that's the risky one. That's the risky one. Let ball. He's very lucky because he knows that that's the danger area where he got so many strokes against him. And he shouldn't have been playing that flat ball back to his own area. Six, 9. Quality. And again, look at that, a little short. Oh, it's a great width and length. And there's the Spazzeri snap. Look at that. It's like a steel spring. Fantastic cross-court width there. 7-9. Hanging around. A little bit of interest. A little bit worrying times for Ali Hussein. He needs to do his proper work. He starts getting worried about the outcome. He might make some errors, play some loose balls. Spazzeri very much looking to play his game plan. Oh, that's not such a good move. That's tight. 2 tight balls in a row there. Ooh. Oh, I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. And to be honest, clearly was hitting the front wall, and Spazzeri should never have moved across there. That was a little bit of naivete there. He'd played the ball so wide, he had to give the whole front wall there. Naivete, and I would say also fatigue.
No, you shouldn't be playing this
But
ball.
that has to be.
Stop.
What's the decision?
Yeah, you
I
shouldn't
cannot
be playing the
believe
ball.
that that's a let.
We're gonna play line. If fair outcome, you shouldn't
Ball was
play
going
that
to the
ball.
front wall,
7-9.
so I'm really, really shocked that that is not given as a stroke, because Spazzeri covered the front wall. If we looked at the replay, we'd see that ball was going directly towards the front wall. There you go. I'm not the referee. The referee has made a decision. Oh, that's a good width and length from Spazzeri. Oh, good shot. 8-9. Look at this attacking Nick. Oh. It was so severely wide that it actually went across the front of Hussein. 8-9. Oh dear. I would not bet against Spazzeri if it got to a 5th game. He is inspirational, and he may well seize the opportunity if it got to a 5th game. My money's still at this point on Hussein, because he can just no let given. That was a half
You
length.
need to get around him, the ball's by the wall.
9 all. So Hussein really wobbling here. He's going to have to really dig in, and I'm sure he's thinking now about his coach's device. He needs to dig deep and play his best squash. Spazzeri, meanwhile, really has surprised me with how long he's been able to maintain his quality in this game. Oh, that's a Very poor decision by Hussein. Very desperate decision to go short there. And that's another great snap from Spaziri. The threat level is very high from Spaziri here. He's sensing his opportunity and very, very hungry to take advantage of it. Salivating here, I would say. Oh, yeah, let ball. He's very lucky to not get a no let there because that front wall was clear. And you can see the nervous pacing of Ali Hussein, who thought that he was home free. But this fantastic comeback from Nick Spaziri, who, again, I mentioned, I believe has a tremendous ability to manage matches and to find a way through if there is a way through, more so than the vast majority of players that I've seen. Oh, he absolutely is disgusted with himself. He has just put the ball in Hussein's court, literally. He will be so disappointed with that. Quality width there. And Hussein might have been unchained here, unleashed. All in the middle of the court, all trouble. Nice rolling rhythm again from Spaziri. Still playing his game plan very thoughtfully. And a good try at a cross-court nick that time. Wasn't just speculative, he really placed it. That's close to him. Ooh. Both players, I think, a little relieved there. I think both players, you know, hoping for a stroke or a no-let, worried that it would be the reverse, and so probably happy with the let. Well done, Hussein, getting through there. Didn't get engaged, didn't get involved. Oh, it's a great half volley. That was the quality of that half volley. Well, Spaziri's a little upset, but, you know, to be honest, it's his problem for hitting that pop out that came into the middle of the court, and Ali Hussein just trying to deliver a quality length. Stroke given to... Oh, it's 10-all. Stroke given to Nick Spaziri for, I guess, dangerous play, but that one, I'm finding that one hard to see. That's quality width. So here's Spaziri with a chance of taking it to a fifth game, and then all bets are off. It's all uncertain and scary at that point. Again, Spaziri, the master match manager, is finding a way to thread his way through, having changed his game from the first game. Very good float. Hussein very wise to volley that. Quality down the wall, more quality down the wall. Loose ball. Hussein plays a great ball into the back corner. Yes, that was extremely well played by Hussein. He really kept his cool in that situation. He earned his opening and played it, but now 11-all, still uncertain what's going to happen in this match. Spaziri still fully a participant, an equal partner in this at this point. And the apparent tiredness of earlier in the match. Oh, it's trouble. No let given, and another very unwise choice by Hussein to run into the body of Spaziri. Should have found a way around, gone and poked the lob up and continued the rally. So he's kind of losing his concentration a little bit here. Great ball, very tight, almost beat him. And that might be, oh, a fantastic pickup. And, oh, that must be close. Let played. Let played, yeah. Both these players just really, really nervous every time a decision comes now, because they don't know whether it's going to be a stroke for them or a no let against them. And therefore, when a let comes, it's kind of massive relief. But Spaziri, what an amazing turnaround here. Now in the driving seat, were he to win this point, I would say he would really have the moral high ground and the momentum going into the last game. And it would be really a devastatingly difficult position. Let played. See, it's becoming about the referee too much, and Hussein did so well in the second and third by just playing squash, but he's now kind of getting a little nervous, a little worried. Spaziri managing the situation really quite well. It's a little bit of a half late by Spaziri. Oh, it's a fantastic boast by Spaziri. Absolutely unexpected. First time he's played that shot in the match, and completely catching Hussein out. What a turnaround we've got in this incredible quarterfinal match here in the Pool Cup. Nick Spaziri, not expected to do anywhere near this well against Ali Hussein, has really turned things round and enters the fifth game really with the upper hand, with such quality and such a great game plan. What an incredible performance. Fifth game coming up, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Seconds.
And it really has been a storming game so far. Were it not for the interference and the interactions with the referees, I would go so far as to say that this was the best game of squash that we've had this year in the commentary. But unfortunately, just those later altercations a little bit spoiling things and losing the flow. But anyway, as we go into this fifth game, you know, real problems for Ali Hussein, who's got to really get his focus back on playing squash instead of interacting with the referee or running into his opponent. And Spaziri really managing the game spectacularly well with his floated balls and his changing rhythms and sudden, he's running into him again there. And this time a stroke given. That's almost the identical situation that he got a no let in last time. So this is the problem. You know, the referee has to make a decision. Is the quality of the shot? Oh, that is spicy. My word, that was a good shot. Referee has to make the decision as to whether the shot's too good or whether the ball's loose and the player's in the way. And so we get this, you know, crazy situation which can be either a stroke or a no let. 1-1. Yeah, and Hussein really scrambling a little bit, doesn't really know how to deal with this big man's wonderful pace management, match management, I would hazard to call it. Yeah, he can't do anything with that. But yeah, full credit to Spaziri, really awesome performance. to get to this point in the match. And as I said, I wouldn't, bet against him if he continues to manage in the way that he has. Again, beautiful deception, and you see he's hardly touched that ball. He's sucked the life out of that ball with fantastic finesse and fingertips. Really extraordinary technical abilities, and managing the game for his own body type and fitness levels. And he obviously is very fit, but if he'd gone at a much higher tempo, he would have gone into debt much earlier. But if you think about Spazzeri as the number 9 seed in this tournament, he's already beaten the number 8 seed to get here, and now he's giving the number 1 seed serious problems. Loose ball, not quite handled the way he'd like it by Ali Hussein. We can see now that is going to be a strike because of the lateness of the recovery, and you see Spazzeri not even arguing with that. He knew he played loose and come across the line of the opponent's approach. 4-2. Spazzeri has utilized height and changing to a cross court to avoid those nicks. Oh, I think that's a quality shot. That's going to be a no-let. That's Hussein really not thinking about the situation that he's going to leave himself in when he played that shot. I think that's what Spazzeri's done so well since the first game, is really have an appreciation of not what's going to hurt Hussein primarily, but how to protect himself and put himself into a good position and avoid those awkward situations, which is tremendous abstract thinking. It's great delivery, full length volley there, loose ball, yeah, and that's just extremely well executed. The whole game plan there, he's done it to the letter of the law. You can't really execute a game plan better than that. Fall, and nothing to pick between the two players at the moment. And as I said, if we got to a 5th game, I wouldn't bet against Spazzeri. Definitely Hussein looking a little bit ragged and just a little bit out of ideas. Oh, that's a quality shot though. Just chopped that in well. But you can guarantee he's not happy. This is not what he wanted to be doing in his quarter-final match, playing a 5-setter and struggling to get through in the 5th. Again, the use of the height, changing rhythm, flowing game. Oh, that's not going to be a let. Oh, it is a let. I apologize. I must let the referee make his decisions. But again, Spazzeri having a little rest while, Ali Hussein's having his little hissy fit with the referee. And great match management by Hussein. Very Marwan Tariq-esque managing himself. Marwan Tariq himself, a legendary match manager. Stroke given, so a 2-point piece of daylight, and Spazzeri again. I'm not sure if the referee called the score, but basically, no, reject. Don't really want to return the serve yet. Try that one again. That's quality though from Hussein. Now, he's again, if he relies on his squash, he has got very good squash. And squash being technical, tactical, and mental. uses all of it. He's superior, I would say, to Nick Spazzeri, certainly based on results. But on a one-off situation, if you lose the plot and play 85% of your best and the other guy plays 100%, then there ain't that much to pick between them. That's a stroke, unfortunately. Yep. 8-4. Maybe just slipping away from Nick Spazzeri. It's a great two-all. Dubious pick up there. I mean, he shouldn't have gone short, he should have gone long, worked him again. No, you see, yeah, it's going to be a stroke because he hasn't moved off as he's played it. He's played it and then moved off. And that's a little bit of weariness and tiredness. Oh, that half effort on the cross-court neck. And that's another stroke, yeah. He's gone back to where he was in the first game, maybe just a little tiredness, not able to mentally visualize the effect of some of the shots he's playing, or not able to stop himself at this point. It's a lovely little nick. He does hit that nicely, just turns the wrist over the top here and cuts around the outside of the ball, and that just puts a little slice into the nick. 5-10. I'm afraid it is too late now, but a wonderful performance by this Penn player to really challenge the #1 seed in the national championships in an unexpected way, and really fine effort, great match management, because at 1 love down it looked for all the world like a 3-love to Ali Hussein. And Ali Hussein, you know, you heard him screaming at the end there, but really that's a relief scream, not a celebration scream, because he was in trouble. Certainly in that 4th game, he was beginning to question himself, wondered what he had to do against the unbelievable match control of Nick Spazzeri. Great match, folks. That's one to remember, and to go back and look through and watch Spazzeri's really efficient, thoughtful shutting down of the Egyptian Panther there from the Cavaliers of UVA. All right, we've got a quarterfinal for the women's coming up, but let's see what's going on around the ground. And what's going on around the ground is the lower divisions. Xiao Yi Zhan has had a win against Yash Fadte. That's a 3-love win. It's quite comprehensive. What's going on in the matches coming up? Seema and Elizabeth Ross. Elizabeth Ross seems to be at Yale for about 15 years. She's been such a great campaigner for that team. But she's won all. Chan Sinyuk, Simi Chan, 2-love up and looking pretty strong against Jana Safi, but all that was a very good effort from Jana Safi in that first game. Habiba El Dafraoui in the back draws against Karina Timer, who I mistakenly called Ukrainian earlier. She is, of course, Polish. She's 2-love up there. And anything else that we need to have a look at here? I think that's about it for the time being. All right, so I should just mention before we get into this next quarterfinal our YouTube channel, and that you can go onto our YouTube channel. And I think we'll bring the screen up right now and see any of these matches and any of the other courts which we have live feed on. And indeed, previous matches, last weekend's fantastic men's championship where Trinity were the giant killers who beat 2 seeds and then just missed winning the national championships by 1 point. And or you could go 2 weeks ago to see some of these fantastic matches from the women's national championships. So now on court we have quarterfinal of the women's championships, and this is featuring one of our great American champions, Marina Stefanoni. I believe she was national under-19 champion at the age of 13 and won it every time. thereafter. She's a world-ranked player playing on the world circuit already, and you know, we just have enjoyed watching Marina's development over the last few years. She really is an extraordinary player. She's currently the PSA number 61, I beg your pardon. I think that might be prophetic. She might be number one day. But anyway, PSA number 61. She was ranked number 1 in the USA 4 years. Went to Darien High School, and she's from Darien, Connecticut. And against her today, we've got Malak Ashraf Kamal, and we've seen her before, and she plays for Trinity, and she's the number 2 normally at Trinity. She's a captain. She went to New El Cuds International. She's CSA All-American first-team player from last year, and she got to the semis of the CSA National Singles last year. So, good match in prospect. Always interesting to see righty versus lefty, because you'd expect it to kind of ruin our 65% down the backhand, 80% to the back of the court. But actually, for some strange reason, frequently lefties still don't mind playing down the backhand side of the court. I guess because they play in a right-handed world so much that they get used to it. But there's still some interesting stuff goes on, interesting dynamics. And I would say what to look for in this match: Marina's beautiful movement and consistency. There's a little, sometimes, slowness on the diagonal movement from the middle to the front left, but she is just like a well-oiled machine, and so calm, and her technical skills are just a thing of beauty. Malak Kamal, inspirational player, got lots of stuff going on with her hands and her wrist, late wrist, deception, quite an explosive mover. But my expectation would be that Marina's extraordinary precision and machine-like efficiency will shut Malak's inspirational squash down and really limit her ability to hurt the Harvard number 1. But we shall see. I'll give you a moment or two to digest these two players, and then when the match starts, I'll be back with you.
Seconds.
So here we go with this second women's quarterfinal match, and the Harvard number 1, Marina Stefanoni, on the left, serving against Malak Kamal from Trinity, and we shall see exactly whether Malak Kamal can use her amazing, devastating, wristy skills to move Marina around the court more than Marina wants to, or whether Marina shuts her down. Well, to start off with, good start by Kamal, and she's already taken Marina to at least 3 of the 4 corners. That's what I would expect to see happen. Yep, she's trying to twist her and turn her around. Marina not yet found her length. You've seen several short balls there. That's a good length. And she'll settle in there fairly quickly. And a no-let given there. You can see Marina put a little side spin on the back of that drop shot that just hugged it into the wall. 1-all. Love that wristy stroke of Malak's. She a little bit similar, a little bit more languid than Siva Subramanian's, but her racket head speed, you know, propelled from the tip of her toes right through her body with that kinetic chain, but then further accelerated by the whiplash that she can create with that wrist. And doing well so far, and Marina really hasn't quite settled down and managed to find the quality width and length that I'm used to seeing from her. She does also have that wonderful 2-wall boast that sometimes she plays completely unexpectedly and opponents just get left behind. It's a good length, good attacking length. And again, you can see that whip on that racket head from Malak Kamal. She's really got some attacking weapons. Oh, that's great movement there from Marina. Marina got very low to pick up that drop shot. It was really impressive. So playing on net? No, 3-2, yes, it was a stroke. And it's a loose ball. And there's the 2-wall that I was talking about. She really does use that very well. It's a nasty, nasty stroke. Rips the guts out of the opponent if they go for it. And you know, frequently in the women's game on a slower court, you know, players struggle even to get there. Half length again for Marina though. She hasn't quite worked out the height to hit on the front wall yet. I'm sure she will very shortly. That's a very nice little ball. And that ball just bouncing twice before Mark got there. And you see her stretching on her right leg, which decreases her range. So I don't know if she has a habit of doing that. If she'd reached on her left, she would have got there early, but we'll see. Very nice. There's a little bit of Marina length. And that lovely change of pace as well. Oh, but great little chop in there. Look at the slice on that ball. Whipped through, full follow through. Great delivery there. So Malak Kamal staying within touching distance here with Marina Stefanoni, and really giving Marina something to think about, because Marina's not quite found her width and length yet, and Kamal's range of shots and originality really giving Marina a little bit of trouble at this point early in the first game. There's a better width and length from Marina, and she's able to capitalize on the weak return from Kamal. And this is what I expect from Stefanoni when she sets up this unbelievably consistent barrage of length. she really weighs her opponents down. You know, they find it difficult to be able to do anything. Oh, that's good series of drop shots though here, Kamal. Yeah. See how low she got there before she even got to the ball. Very important to get low before you go, not go down when you get there. 6-all, so it's all very competitive at this point. And there's that little 2-wall. You just don't know where she's going to do it. There's no way you know that that's going to come there. And see Malik Kamal standing too far back in the court. Better length there. That's a very good width there by Marina. And nice little drops. Both players. Oh, Marina just not quite ready for that ball. Expected her to be ready to volley that. She was sort of having a little sneaky guess that it was going cross court or the post, and Malik Kamal doing very well to hit that ball straight. Wasn't that tight, but it was enough. Oh, that's a little greedy. She'd earned the opening, but she didn't do the footwork. That was very outcome-oriented, not process-oriented, I'm afraid, from Malik Kamal. Oh, she's got her own little 2-wall there. Yeah, I did mention earlier she's got this ability to lay the racket face back and leave it behind the wrist and then flick it through at the last second, so it's very deceptive. 8-all. That's a good attack. Great reach there by Stefanoni to get down. That's good width, very good width. So tough on this sidewall in this glass court. If you get a really tight width, you really get the dividends. (9-8). Really neck and neck all the way through this first game. And that just straight into the nick. Frank Satterthwaite. We always remember Frank Satterthwaite when we see a 3-wall nick. In his book, The 3-Wall Nick and Other Angles. Great American squash player. And there's that lovely little 2-wall, but amply returned there by Malik Kamal. But what a great float by Marina Stefanoni. She's taken all the wind out of that. That ball was like antimatter by the time it got to the back of the court. So game ball to Marina Stefanoni, but she's been really made to work. And then great pickup by Kamal. I don't think Marina necessarily was ready for that pickup. Kamal still in there fighting. She's got a lot to offer. Oh, just trying for a little bit too much. So game to Marina Stefanoni. And the Crimson Woman takes the first game, but she was really made to work for that. And Malik Kamal, nothing to be ashamed of there. And some of her lovely little touches. There's a classic example right there. Great technical skills, but you know, not traditional technical skills. Unique individual skill. I love that 2-wall from Marina Stefanoni, though. You just, as I say, you never know what's coming next. So great opening game, and the higher seeded player doing enough, but being made to work. Back in a few moments. which is a good sign. Shows the enthusiasm. She wants to get back to business. Marina Stefanoni did the job in the first game. Would probably hope to play a better quality width and length and really set up a blanket of good quality length to punish Malik Kamal with. It's a bit of short stuff so far though. Nice float cross court there. And still a bit short and made to pay because of it. Quite difficult to change between courts, you know. The regular white courts that you tend to see at most clubs tending to be quite a lot bouncier and more forgiving than these courts. And also the front wall sometimes just, oh, that's great hands. There's that wonderful wrist I was telling you about earlier. Just that last minute flick. Quite difficult to work out the height on the front wall that's required to get your perfect length when you're trying to find the ball that's bouncing on the back of the service box. So at the moment, Marina just a little off, but she's such a great athlete that I expect that she will turn it round. But meanwhile, Malik Kamal sensing an opportunity. That's, I think, why she came back on the court so promptly, because she knows that there may be an opportunity here against the Harvard #1. That was a lovely little drop volley there. So 1-3. Oh, and you see Malik Kamal rotating out of that and actually not moving very much off the ball. That boast needs to be backed out of, using the legs, maintaining the angle of contact until after contact's been made. If you rotate through, your racket face closes and you end up dragging it into the tin. Oh, and Marina guilty of rotating through instead of backing out. So she's just slightly out of sorts, not enough to sort of threaten a disaster at this point, but she needs to get back to her consistent best. That was a great width and length right there. But she's so experienced now, and even when she was much younger, very little ever made her sort of emotional or histrionic. She's very steady, does her work, goes about her business in a very workmanlike way. And you can see she had a bad start to this game, and she's just methodically plugged away, and here she is again, leading at 5-4. Nice use of the wrist there to lift that ball. It might have been out, I'm not sure. Oh, that's good touch, good pickup, and good read there by Stefanoni. She's really moving around the court well there. Trouble here. And oh, that's a little bit dreamland. Malik Kamal. She needed to earn her way out of trouble, not try and cheat her way out of trouble. Not cheat, but buy her way out of trouble, if you like, with a sneaky short ball. Oh, look at that. In like Flynn. Yeah, now she's really beginning to get back into her regular intensity and accuracy. Yeah, this is the Stefanoni that we're used to seeing when she's got the bit between her teeth. It's like all-consuming, all dominating. There's that little two-wall. She doesn't really advertise it at all. She's not happy with that, but I still think that the deception was very good. 8-4. I like the authority of that step across to the middle. I'm in charge. You know, enough of this messing around. I'm going to take over now. And not that I'm trying to denigrate Kamal, who's brilliant, but you're talking about the world number 61 here, who's used to just saying, all right, turn the screw, I'm taking charge. There's that 2-wall again. Played very well. Game ball to Stefanoni, and Kamal, did well at the beginning of the game, but Stefanoni said, no, time to take charge. And very well done indeed. Authoritative. You can see the body language that she was using towards the last few rallies. It was like authoritative, I'm in charge. Loved it. Okay, 2-love, and we're going to have a little look around the grounds and see what's going on. And let's see now. We've got Amal Izar against Layla Salim. It looks like a classic. They're 4-3 in the 5th. What else have we got? Habiba Elder Farawi was beaten up there by Karina Timer. I'm kind of surprised by that, but that's because I've got a soft spot for Habiba Elder Farawi and her beautiful technique. Cara Linku coming through, Thierry Linku's niece, the former world number 1's niece there. We've got 3-1 for Seemar against Elizabeth Ross. A 3-love now for Simi Chan from Colombia against Jana Safri. And the other stuff that we've already talked about. Okay, so back to our women's quarterfinal match, and the consummate squash player Marina Stefanoni. Beautiful technique, but what we saw in that last game was stepping up with authority. Ashraf Kamal has made a decent contribution to this match, and she's got this lovely flair with the lefty wrist and sudden deception, but she was dominated a little bit in that last game. See if she can come back, or if Marina's going to continue with the authoritative control of the match. Well, that's great wrist. So a slightly loose ball from Marina, resulting in that snapshot across the court from Kamal. A little bit loose. That's good quality. And she's in on that drop volley. Desperate swing, and Kamal, giving that ball away, calling it on herself. Very good sportsmanship. Good reach with the wrist there from Stefanoni. And just a little slow, Kamal, there. She should have read that and taken it before the sidewall. She was sort of letting it get to the sidewall. But again, the Stefanoni 2-wall boast doing its work, doing its gut-ripping worst. And you can see now Kamal just a little tardy to the front of the court, sort of a little bit pedestrian getting up the court. That's a very authoritative attacking ball there. Chopped into the sidewall by Stefanoni. Very tight, but she kept it tight. And there's that 2-wall. I'm just glad I'm not on the receiving end of that. And you see there, she stayed with the ball a little longer when she hit that shot. Instead of opening up before she made contact, she stayed facing the point of contact until she'd finished striking it. And that preserves the angle of contact. Little 2-wall from Kamal, but Stefanoni quick to go up there, and Kamal realizing that she'd played that too early in the rally before she'd really taken Stefanoni away. So 5-1, very good start by Stefanoni. And she's in on that ball very quickly. Great reach there by Kamal. Great long leg came out. Trouble is when you really fully stretch, it's difficult to get back off that ball, but she managed it. There's that snap across the court. She's very good at that. But a loose ball off of a tight ball from Marina.
And that's 6-2.
So 6-2. Things looking a little ominous for Malak Kamal. And again, we're beginning to see. Oh, it's a lovely little hold. Too early, going short there by Marina. And that lovely little hold from the Trinity woman. That is gorgeous, that technique. 3-6. Decent length there by Kamal. She's working that backhand. Oh, and that's very nicely executed. But you see, she's worked the deep ball 3-4 times to get Stefanoni out of position, and then she's gone for the short ball that she has earned the position for. Just love to see that. Good, sensible squash. Ooh, Stefanoni staying alive very well. Ooh, that's strokish. No let given. Yeah, that's a difficult one to understand to a certain extent, but the quality of the shot was very good. But if you completely prevent your opponent from having any attempt at playing the ball, I feel that that's not within the spirit of the game. But, as I've said before, I am not the trained referee in this situation. I'm just the commentator, and the refs are constantly undergoing in-service training, coach education, continuing education, sorry, I should say. So they are the ones that we must trust. Little float there. Kamal's done well to get back to 5-6 here, because she was 1-5 down. She's beginning to play with great variety again. Oh, that's unlucky. She's smiling. She knows she's in the way there. But it was a very good rally.
That's
7-5. Loose. Oh dear.
8-5.
A couple of setup issues there. Just didn't really get her footwork in place and load her legs to move off that ball. Hit it standing still, back of herself. Again, another loose ball there. It's a nice 2-all, but Marina very quick to the front of the court. That's a good ball. And a somewhat sort of Wild West back wall boast there from Marina Stefanoni. (6-8). Kamal doing a very good job of staying in this game, because she was really on the wrong end of the last game. And there's a tin from Marina. A little encouragement from Malak Kamal from Trinity. Needs to put together a quality rally here, build a bit of a position, and then use one of her inspirational wrong footing shots to take charge. Good width, but not enough length for Marina. She's made the opponent really work there. Oh, this ball's still alive. Oh, I'm surprised Marina didn't have a go at that one, because it's bounced. If she'd put her foot to that and half volleyed that, I think she'd have got that. But well done, Kamal. She come all the way back to 8-all. That's a tremendous performance. Oh, loose ball, trouble. Not punished. So Marina just a little tentative at the moment. Oh, there's a 2-all. Nasty. Oh my goodness. I would have lost my lunch. 9-8. Again, Stefanoni not playing, lights out, but just going about her business, as she often does. Good pick up. Ball was a bit dead at the front of the court. Again, Kamal's got so much ability to open up the court with this wonderful wrist that she's got, but Stefanoni also has an amazing ability to track stuff down. And Kamal, unfortunately, the inspiration sometimes leads to disaster as well as creative genius. So a match ball for Marina Stefanoni. Our Harvard Crimson number 1. And that's it. The number 2 seed coming through in a fairly competitive little 3-game match. And congrats to Malak Kamal. She certainly more than participated in that game, but Marina Stefanoni, authoritative, love that boast, and just doing a solid job to get herself through to the next round of this competition. All right, quick look around the grounds, and a barn burner there going on at the number 10 court. Brecon Walsh against Charlotte Bell. Abdul Rahman Lasheen against Neil Joshi. That looks pretty good as well. 2-1 to Lasheen. And what else? Oh, Omar El Torki against Maxwell Orr. That could be a good game. El Torki playing this morning against the Cornell number 1 and losing, but contributing really to the game. Well, there's another good one to look for. Abdul Rahman Nasser, he really performed well for Trinity last weekend against Nathan C. Bing Quay. So yeah, some nice looking games coming up. We've got another one for you just coming up in a moment, and it should be an absolute cracker. Veer Chatrani against Marwan Tarek, the Cornell number 1 against the Harvard number 1. It's the number 7 seed versus the number 2 seed. And last weekend, actually, in the team championships, Veer Chatrani got a unusual result against Marwan Tarek, beating him 3-1. Although there may have been a little less on that because Harvard had comfortably won the match. But Veer Chatrani's magical play around the court, really beautiful to watch. But of course he's coming up against the master match manager, Marwan Tarek, who has the ability to really make the game go at the rhythm and pace that he wants, using his amazing array of tactical, mental, technical skills. Chatrani sometimes absolutely brilliant inspirationally, but sometimes playing to the very limit of his capacity, living on the edge. And when you live on the edge, of course, occasionally you find that you fall. Marwan Tarek much more likely to be playing within himself, but does have a few movement issues that Chatrani is very capable of exposing. So you'll see those players come on court shortly, and we'll bring that match to you as soon as it comes. So Veer Chitrani, the player on the right with the red shorts with the big C on it, and on the left, Marwan Tarek, last year's champion, already a very, very competent player on the world circuit. Part of the championship winning team, of course, for Harvard last weekend. And Veer Chitrani, he's from India, and he has a wonderful reputation in his own right. Number 1 for Cornell, of course. He's a senior from Mumbai in India. All-American first team 2020 and 2022. All-Ivy first team 2020 and 2022. Rookie of the Year in 2020. Asian Junior Under-19 champion. And he got to the semi of the Indian National Men's Championships. Obviously he beat Marwan last weekend, but as I say, there may be a little bit of an asterisk on that, as you know, there was less on that match than perhaps there might have been otherwise. Marwan Tarek is a senior from Cairo in Egypt. He was 2 times the Egyptian Under-19 champion. He went to the Mizar American College. 2 times world team junior champion. 3 times British junior Open champion. 2017, he was the world champion in New Zealand. And of course, he's the reigning intercollegiate champion. So really an extraordinarily talented player. Already playing of a PSA, a high PSA level. So this court might give Chitrani a little bit of help. He's got this wonderful array of strokes, and he plays at the very zenith of ability most of the time, which is a little bit risky because he's, you know, relying on accuracy of millimeters, and occasionally that doesn't pay off. But it also means that his opponent is being exacted a great price, as he's really throwing all kinds of lethal darts from all parts of the court. He also has a very nice 2-wall boast, which, as you may have heard me mention before, usually in men's squash is of less value because the players get up the court a little bit quicker than the women do. But I've seen him use it sporadically to great effect as part of his rally construction and really doing damage to the opponent's body. Not really looking to win points with it, but more, you know, debilitating and breaking the heart of the opponent, which is what he does with it. His straight volleys are very good. He's very good at moving up the court and reading his opponent's straight ball down the wall and getting in there. Marwan Tarek, the master of management, plays at a pace that suits him, and that includes when he's striking the ball and when he's making sure that he doesn't let his opponent run the rhythm of the match at the opponent's rate, but makes it all play in his particular wheelhouse. He is very, very cagey. I'm at a loss as to whether to call him a fox or a tarantula, because he's as cunning as a fox, and he weaves in a magical web of a great spider. So Chitrani definitely chances. He's a quality class player, but he's really up against it in this formidable Harvard #1, the current champion. So here we go, Chitrani to serve, and this should be a cracker, folks. So starting out with initial quality to the back of the court, just trying to establish dominance. Of course, because we've got really good athletes here, takes a while to get the opponent out of position sufficiently to risk going to the front of the court. It's a very, very quick shot. And because of the quality of the shot, Citrani unable to get through to play that ball. Yeah, fever pitch play again by Citrani. He does take that ball so early, and he's got great lobs. He does play lobs from time to time, but a lot of his play is this quick fire, rapid play, which is really exacting a price from the opponent. I think a little bit of uncertainty there. I think there was a let being played because of the uncertainty about the pickup. So 1-love still. And Citrani, another one of these players with a really explosive racket head, can really generate suddenness. And the suddenness, less important from the point of view of how hard the ball goes, but from the point of view of the reaction time the opponent gets. And again, there's an example of Veer Citrani from Cornell does tend to really go for very fine margins, and as a consequence, the error rate is higher than you would want, especially in PSA squash. You don't want those errors happening so rapidly. It's just an encouragement to a player like Tarek, who's quite happy to just plug away quietly and let you make the mistakes if that's what you're going to do. It's great length and width from Marwan Tarek. You see how quickly Citrani gets up the court to intercept. And that's great because it allows him to sort of dictate play. But if he dictates play and makes errors, he's in a hurry to go downhill, unfortunately. He's got to keep his error rate to an acceptable level. In my day, we used to have competitions, you may have heard me say before, to see who could have the least unforced error in the match. And I have good memories of matches where I kept it to under 5 and even 0 on occasion. One of my favourite moments was in a professional match where my opponent exclaimed somewhat in frustration after I made an error, "He is human." So obviously not making errors can be very, very daunting for an opponent who is looking for help from you. (3-2). Despite a number of errors from Citrani, he's still in and about in this game. It's a beautiful cut there, and again very early. Yeah, good quality, very good quality indeed. And he's really, again, sucked the life out of that ball. There's nothing to hit by the time Tarek got there. So back at all square, or there's that 2-wall I talked about that Citrani uses. And, you know, he didn't win the point on it, but it did enough damage to move Tarek out of position. I do like that ball from Citrani because he executes so quickly with such little sort of racket movement. Oh, and then again operating on the edge, and already we've got in one game 4 errors from Citrani. And what's the score? Yeah, 4-4. Really need to sort that error rate out, because so much of his other stuff is incredibly inspirational. Such a talent. From Mumbai in India. I don't know if we've got any Indian viewers. Not sure what time of the day it is in India right now. Probably the wrong time of the day. But wonderful Indian tradition. Players of wonderful reputation. have played here in the CSA, and Bir Chitrani, a fitting continuation of that tradition. A former student of mine, Rashad Pandal, as a junior, came here and was an incredible player for Rochester, and the rest of the Pandal family, Farouk Pandal, Darius Pandal, Jamshid Pandal, and now I think at Cornell we have Jay Pandal. So hello to the Indian players, many other families as well, of course. I shouldn't just mention the Pandals. Rishad Bilimoria, if you're around, hello to you. But 5-all, and certainly we haven't yet had much settlement to the discussion here. It's even Stevens. I think a let being played on that ball because there was enough front wall to be seen. But really at the moment it's steady Tarek against inspirational but somewhat up and down Chatrani. Beautiful shot there, and Marwan Tarek giving that away, saying that he didn't get that up. Chatrani really is genius from time to time, but then he'll hit 3 tins. Yes, and he pats himself on the head and says, "Why?" And he's quite right. 6-all, and I think possibly 5 or 6 tins now from Chatrani. He's so quick onto that volley. Loves to move up and intercept and really ram the game down his opponent's throat, keeping them pinned back. His first step is incredibly quick. Got to keep that width and length though, because he's giving Tarek a little bit too much to hit. There's that 2-all again, putting some work into Marwan Tarek's body. Forgive my disgruntled sigh. I can't help but regret, because I was the Cornell coach, and a little piece of my heart has stayed with Cornell ever since. So important with this ball on the sidewall here at the US Squash Center to be moving your feet as soon as the ball comes off your opponent's racket on the return of serve. If you just are static, you might as well put a target on your back, because you become somewhere to aim if you're standing still. You've got to be active rather than passive when you're returning serve. Great width, but look at the work that Tarek has put on the back of the ball there. Lovely little top spin. Oh, that's very nice. And Marwan Tarek not happy with the call from the referee, but to me, I didn't see an egregious double bounce. And he won the point anyway, so he needs to stay engaged with his game plan. 8-6, bit of daylight now for number 2 seed, but current champion. Nice float there. I mentioned earlier Chatrani has this good ability to suddenly go to the float or the lob from time to time, even though he does like this sort of furious tempo. The trouble is, playing at that furious tempo, he's playing very close to disaster, and I would just love to see him sometimes change the rhythm of not only the strike but also the moment of execution, so he messes it a little bit more with his opponent's head, because his opponent really knows what rate is going to be played, and he just has to live through it, and as long as he lives through it, he can be fairly sure that the percentage of errors is going to favour him. Certainly there are going to be some amazing shots that the opponent can't cope with from Chatrani, but at the moment the balance of genius to tins is not in the right ratio. Again, so early on that volley. That is a tremendous talent. Oh, trouble. And so again, playing just a little quicker than his own ability to stay in charge of the rally. If you play faster than your ability to be ready for the next shot, you're really inviting trouble from the opponent. That's a beautiful shot.
And
So it's difficult to keep up with. Disaster followed by genius. 8-9, still in there and shouting. Unbelievable ball, but good pickup, very quick by Marwan Tarek to get onto that ball. Half length though, Marwan Tarek. That's better length. Both these guys need to keep moving off the ball a little bit earlier because otherwise that's going to happen. You're going to get strokes played, but are we on a let that time? Let played.
No, the ball wasn't there to play. 8-9.
So 8-9, a reprieve for Veer Chatrani. That little two, a little bit of a gamble because he was actually in a more of a defensive position. It's a very good attack there. Half length, and a better length there from Chatrani. God, there's a tremendous snap to that forehand. Good change of direction there from Marwan Tarek. Good view of the setup of both these players here. Very good technique. That looked like a double bounce, and Tarek admitting that. So 9-all. Chatrani not going away at the key point of the game. One would hope no tins in the next 4 rallies from Chatrani. That is key. You mustn't give it away. Just Tarek. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Sees his opportunity, and yeah, and I love the way he was moving across with that backhand cross court to cover the next ball. So you can tell that he was playing that devastatingly good shot as part of an ongoing rally, not just as a attempt to get a cheap winner. So, and as a consequence, the physiology of the shot enabled him to hit the quality. That's another great ball. Another great ball. And it was called down by the referee, but it doesn't matter because Veer Chatrani is walking off the court, 1 love up, having pulled that one out of the bonfire, I think. And Marwan Tarek still not happy and arguing with the referee, but it was clearly a dubious pickup, and the referee has called it, and so he needs to move on. So what a very good start for Veer Chatrani. He really kind of made a lot of errors and played Marwan Tarek onside, if you like, giving him more than perhaps Tarek himself had earned. But then came back brilliantly, lovely early intercepts, based on quality length. That's the thing. He has got this ability to hit a searing length when he really aims and concentrates, and then move up the court, and he's inspirational when he's intercepting early. So 1 love to the Cornell man against the number 2 seed and current champion.
Seconds. On court, please. Chatrani leads 1 game to love.
So, work to do for Marwan Tarek, the Harvard number 1 and number 2 seed. A little early to write him off though. He is the master match manager. But he is a little bit limited on his movement, and a couple of times Chatrani has caught him a little off balance. Yeah, there's a good example there. The hold and the change of direction. You see you know, and the Tarek legs sort of crumpling a little bit as the hold was delivered. Tarek is really reliant on setting up a really good, consistent quality to length in order to be able to limit his opponents. And he's got a bit of a problem with Chatrani because Chatrani's inspirational, aggressive early takes. Oh, he sent him the wrong way there. That are difficult to contain. So 1-1. So Tarek needing to find containment. Chatrani needing to continue with his all-court inspirational play, but without the tins. Yeah, he's doing a good job here. And Tarek's got a problem because Chatrani is playing very precisely and he's got him really under pressure. He's barely able to hang on, so he can't actually do anything within the context of the rally himself if he's only just hanging on. And again, Chatrani remarkably quick to volley, almost getting into trouble, but a no let given. I'm kind of surprised about that, but there you go, 4-1. It's a very good lead for Chatrani, and Tarek must be beginning to worry a little bit here because he did lose to him last week, and so that's got to be in his mind. That's a very good length, though. That's what he normally does, is like, you know, steady, 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 like a metronome on that length and width. And he has to because he's got these kind of movement issues against the more inspirational players. You see there, the legs buckling again. You know, I'm thinking of some of the players like Quay and Cho, who are just so fast onto those balls they don't do the same damage. But and equally, Ali Hussein, I think, would be much quicker onto those balls. He can change direction very effectively. But Chatrani playing really quite inspirational squash here, and the error rate has gone down, certainly in the beginning of this game. It's good width. Oh. The curse of the commentator, once again. I would so love to have seen that overhead volley being played deep, bouncing on the back of the service box. But he's gone for lights out, dreamland, and he's ended up with a nightmare. That's a beautiful little working boast. And he does have that great two-wall that, as I said earlier, does damage to people. Scraped up there by Marwan Tarek, and he really must be feeling very uncomfortable at this point because he's being ripped around this court like a rag doll. Oh, that's good hands, good hands. Really first-class play by Chatrani. And yeah, wobbling the Harvard #1 at this point. Oh my goodness, that is very unusual. And that, I think, is a direct result of him being contemplative about what's going on and not staying present. He did not stay in the moment there, and he lost his focus. Yeah, a little head shake there. But Chatrani playing really lights out, and of course Coach David Palmer, just the man to give you the, oh, it's a fantastic shot from Tarek, but Palmer the man to give you the tactical chat and keep you focused with all his experience. Those of you that don't know, David Palmer, former world #1, is the coach of Cornell and a tremendous mentor to squash players generally. Oh, Chatrani, don't start your error rate. Dreamland turns into a nightmare. Pardon my bias. So Let's see if Marwan Tarek can just calm things down. He's playing short too early there, but also did Chitrani. Good width there down the sidewall line. We got a great view of that. And again, that little diagonal front and sideways movement, that is the problem for Marwan Tarek. He just hasn't got the takeoff speed that some of the more mobile players have. Oh. But it's a game ball for a 2-love lead to Chitrani, despite that 10 that he just played. He really is in the driving seat, and big concerns for Marwan Tarek. Good little flick up there from Chitrani. It was a difficult ball to pick up, but he really used height and width very well. Very good width there. Goodness me, that was hermetically sealed. Look at that. You'd need a surgery to remove that from the sidewall. 7-10. I wouldn't put this past Marwan Tarek. Chitrani needs to really keep his mind focused here. He can't just swing for the hills here. He's got to really construct. And he's got to keep Tarek under pressure. That's brilliant early volley, but Tarek is looking a very dangerous player at this point. Even though it's game ball, he looks as though he's much more into the whole match management focus. He's poised. It's a very loose, very tight ball. And again, Chitrani with the early volley, but comfortably tracked down. Trouble now. Beautiful play. And oh, what a great straight ball. There's a champion right there. He's really dug in, and he's always been hungry for that point. Never let it go. And it's really important, even when you game ball down, to really set your seal on how the rest of the match is going to go. And you can see now Veer Chitrani trying these kind of shot to nothing shots, which really is not the way to play at this moment in time, because it's too outcome oriented instead of sticking to his game plan. The game plan has been successful to this point, and has got him a game ball. He needs to stick to that game plan. He's lost the plot, completely lost the plot, and he's now 10-all, and unless he does something really good here, he's going to see his opportunity fade away, I suspect. Suddenly, Marwan Tarek's width and length and severity becoming world class. You can see him working that line. He really has got his man tied down. All too short, too early. Marwan Tarek really handles a loose ball. Oh my goodness. That was a tremendous surprise. That was a loss of concentration by Tarek there. So one more chance for Veer Chitrani to take a 2-love lead. Oh, it's a good shot. It'd be night and day, I think, 2-love to 1-all. Oh my goodness, again, outcome orientation. He needs to work his plan, because his plan is good when he works it, but he then gets distracted and goes for glory. And unfortunately, that was fool's gold in this particular occasion. He's short again, and he's been wrong-footed brilliantly by Marwan Tarek, who's now got his opportunity. He's reeled him in, spun his spider's web, and he's got him where he wants him. Now there is a chance that, oh, that looked like a double, yeah. I was going to say, one good thing is that Veer Chitrani is a good fighter when he's down, and so he might be better coming from behind than being up. We'll see. Of course, now it's going to be the onus on Tarek again to take charge. And he's beginning to really find his width and length and severity. But another brilliant shot from Veer Chatrani. Tarek playing the cross court too many times and Chatrani reading it and chopping that ball down the line. So here he is with another game ball. Will he keep it out of the tin? That's the question. Quality, width and length. Early volley. So good on the early volley. Good width there by Tarek. Tight ball, very tight ball. And Tarek reading correctly. I don't know why Chatrani's appealing, because it was just good quality. Yeah, and he's sort of looking for the referee to win the point for him, and he has to do it for himself here. Again, the outcome playing too much, I believe, in the Chatrani mind. He's got to really just stick to his game plan, because his game plan has been very effective. No let, because of the quality. Chatrani just hanging in there to keep his nose in front. But he's got to get the better quality of width and length, because he's really being held to task here by Marwan Tarek. That's a good ball. Oh, it's a very good straight ball indeed. My word, now you would never have persuaded me that after Tarek got back on terms and got game ball up, that Chatrani was going to take that. But all credit to him, and he in the last couple of rallies, when he was effectively morally down, he got rid of the error rate, and that was so key. So you can see on the left-hand side there, Coach David Palmer going to work on Chatrani and trying to get him much more focused on the game plan and sticking to the game plan instead of departing from it, whimsically from time to time. It's very difficult to, keep a genius on track, because part of why they're a genius is because of their ability to see the unusual. But, there's a lovely wrong footer there. But Marwan Tarek, our number 2 seed and champion, in serious trouble against the Cornell number 1, Veer Chatrani. So you can see coming to the end of the day here, really the last match on is the Veer Chatrani match. Look at that, it's a great win. George Crown for Harvard, taking out Matthias Knudsen. That is a huge win. Very, very good indeed. And Maxwell Orr, as I said, I thought that was going to be a good one. Maxwell Orr taking out Omar El Torki, and that's also a very, very good result there. What else have we got? Carol Linku went through. Karina Timer, Marina Stefanoni. Yep. Right, here we are, back to this game. It's 1-love already to Marwan Tarek, and he really needs to get down to business, because if he falters at all, Chatrani will take it. On the other hand, Chatrani, unfortunately, if he thinks too much about the result and he falters, Marwan Tarek is such a great match manager that he will not hesitate. Given an opening, he will take it. And it wouldn't surprise me if this match went to 5 games. I don't want to sort of call against Veer Chatrani, but he really needs to be on his mettle to be able to get this done. Tarek's such a good campaigner. 2-1. Oh. Yes. It's the trouble with genius when you're verging on madness. Oh, such a good shot. Oh my goodness. That really was such a brilliant 2-wall. Yeah, you see in 2 shots in quick succession, the tin followed by just a brilliant 2-wall post. Oh, good pick up there, but he's really got him working so hard there, and his touch, it's delightful, that touch on the backhand from Shatani. There's a half-hearted return of serve there from Marwan. Oh. To me, it looked as though Tarek's was a carry. It just came off the racket very, very strangely indeed. What's the decision there? Stroke to Veer Chatrani, and well, it's not a stroke so much as is a point to Veer Chatrani, because of the pickup that Tarek's racket kind of slung the ball back to the front wall rather than hitting it. Ooh. 4-all. So these are dangerous times for Marwan Tarek. He really has to establish himself and his authority on this game, because the inspirational Chatrani will clearly hit. If he hits a few tins, he'll also hit some genius shots as well. And yeah, there's a stroke. Tarek is really on the edge here. This is the final competition of his intercollegiate career. He doesn't want to go out to a lower seed. He obviously would love to get through to the final and retain his title. Chatrani calling that ball down on himself, and so we go to 5 apiece. Oh, that's a little bit dreamland. That ball's out. Yeah, so that wasn't part of a game plan. So hard to maintain the discipline when you have this kind of talent. It's hard to persuade yourself that you can't hit the nick, or that you shouldn't try for it. 7-5. Tarek up. This is what he needs. Just a steady game to put him back on the platform. And then you would never bet against him if he gets back in hand. Yeah, again, he's looking very authoritative in these rallies. So good at targeting, keeping the pressure on. Lovely little wrong footer. God, he does do that well.
And that's 6-7.
And when Veer Chatrani builds positions, he creates openings so well. But sometimes, instead of building the position, he goes for what would be a good pressure shot after 4 lengths. And he goes for it on the first shot. And you saw there, you know, that's a tin that's just adding oxygen to Marwan Tarek's depleted supply. Emotional oxygen, that is. Oh, it's such a good pickup. See how low he got there. I love that shot.
9-6.
He's got in low, got his eye level down, and he can get his weight transferred, and his perception is perfect. 9-6, which is this game has been a little bit of a almost non-event to this point.
And that's
Sort of
7-9.
coming in like a bit of a mouse rather than a lion. Oh, it's again, brilliant inspirational shot. Chatrani hanging around, 8-9. Now this is trouble for Marwan Tarek. If he gets nervous, he makes an error, he's in trouble. That was a risky intercept there from Chatrani. Overstretching. Oh, we lost you for a second there, but we're still alive, just about. Oh, what a great length from Tarek. Crazy length. Yeah, that had to be half volleyed. All right, so game ball to Tarek. Not done and dusted, but he's looking pretty good to get into a fourth game. It's tightness. And he's moving well. Oh, and there's the error from Chatrani. Cornell hopes and hearts have sunk a little bit there, I'm afraid, because you've let Tarek back in, and who would bet against him? So Chatrani really kind of not maintaining the quality at the level he needed to, and Marwan Tarek really starting to look very dangerous, very mobile, very accurate, and starting to create a pattern that he can dominate with. Back for the fourth game shortly. And you just see Coach Mike Way from Harvard coming on, giving a few last words of advice to Marwan Tarek, and the fact that he's back on early, I think he's really got a good picture in his mind of what he's trying to do now. And he's been in these situations many, many times, of course. And I think he's ready to execute, so we shall see. Chatrani really needs to get a lead, in my view, and maintain that lead. That's a very nice shot indeed. He needs daylight to really keep Marwan Tarek off his back. I may have said earlier that Ali Hussein was the number 2 seed. That's incorrect. Of course, Marwan Tarek is the number 2 seed. Ali Hussein is the number 1 seed. Apologies if I misled you there. But a good start for Veer Chatrani here. 2-love. No errors so far. And it's a brilliant, brilliant 2-wall post. Look at that. That is a gut ripper. Look at that. Honestly. Just about split poor Marwan Tarek in half. 3-love. So daylight has been achieved, and he needs to keep it going. That's a very good ball there from Tarek. He accelerated extra early to try and get onto that early. It's a great hold there from, oh, and this is the disease that can infect Chatrani's lead. The tin disease. 1-3. Tarek back in hand. Good ball by Chatrani, and he's very quick onto that. Just much too quick for Marwan Tarek, and Tarek, knowing that he's hit that ball faster than his own ability to get back into position. It was all created by a really great width and length from Chatrani to the forehand side. That one's not quite so good, and there's that 2-wall again. And again, he moves on to that next ball just devastatingly quickly. That's good length there from Tarek. It's important that Chatrani concentrates here and doesn't go for too much clever stuff. Sometimes I hate myself. That's what I say. Two, 4. Difficult times for Marwan Tarek. He's got to find his form. It's a great pickup. But again, the movement being exposed. Oh, that's too early to be playing that boast there. Chatrani did well to get that back tight because it was a very difficult ball. Again, he's going short a bit early, and Tarek now beginning to know that he's going short and looking to move on to it and counter. And there's another tin. And so the hand of frustration comes up, and so often this is the case with Veer Chatrani. He's in charge of the rally, and yet he's the one that loses the rally. 3-4. Those 3 points of daylight almost gone. Good length from Chatrani, and early on that short ball, but a fantastic lob. What a fantastic shot from Marwan Tarek. You know, and this is a classic demonstration of him managing the game. 4 caught up. Now who's going to get the daylight from here? Discipline required from both players. Can't be playing loose. It's a great wrong footer. And there was the loose ball from Marwan Tarek. As I said, you can't play loose. Whoever plays loose is going to pay a penalty here. 5-4 Chatrani. Oh. Just not well thought through. Just committed to that volley instead of saying, yep, that's too tight, I'll go back and I'll play the ball down the wall again. 5-all. Sometimes he just can't stop himself. He's just such an inspirational player. It's good width from there. Good width and length from Tarek. A little boast. Maybe too early in the rally. So important for both of these players to actually work their opponent to the back of the court before they go for the inspirational short shot, because otherwise the other player is able to counter-attack. Almost made the mistake of asking for a let there. It would not have been given, I feel. It's a great float cross court there from Tarek. This is a good ball to a length as well. This is a good rally. This is an important rally for the outcome of the match, I feel. And that's a brilliant shot there. Brilliant shot there from Veer Chatrani. He kept his racket face open, cut under that ball, kept it out of the tin. 6-5 Chatrani. And there's another brilliant little shot, but a great pickup there. That was good. There was nothing wrong with that. Tarek complaining that the ball bounced twice. Oh, that is a shame after that brilliant pickup. But again, quality, width and length from Tarek. Both these players really a little bit on the edge, you know, not too sure about how things are going to go. It's a bit of a he who dares wins situation, but also who's got the toughness, the mental toughness to keep things tight and not take risks. Oh, that's going to. There's a little bit of cuteness by Marwan Tarek, the great match manager. Saw an opportunity to kind of persuade, but I think did we end up with a let there? Yes, yeah. But he was ever the opportunist. Just feel Chatrani beginning to take a few too many risks. Oh my word, no, with those very words, it's Marwan Tarek, who is steady Eddie in my mind, who gives the ball away. Quite remarkable. 7-6, working boast, early, oh, still alive. and still alive. I don't know how. And a very good width as well. That was close to being out. This is a very good rally. Both players playing at the very limit of their capable. What a great little wrong footing ball there. And another attack. Another little attack. Very exciting rally. Now back to tightness. Even Stevens. Can't take any risks. Got to keep the ball out the tin. Keep the ball out of the tin. That's the 2-wall post. Sudden attack there from Tarek. Good length from Chatrani. Oh, it's the tin. Oh my goodness, disaster. And you see that time he wasn't moving off the ball. That wasn't part of a rally, a plan to continue. That was desperation to win the point. 7-all. Very little to choose. What a tight ball there, and another beautiful cut there. And going for the deception, but leaving himself out of position. And a stroke given. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Again, one of those situations where Chatrani is driving the rally and loses the rally that he is in control of. So quickly things slip away from you when you lose concentration or you fail to follow the game plan. And he's taken a risk there, and it's just a beautiful shot by Marwan Tarek, because again Chatrani attacking short much too early, much too desperate to go for the short ball, and he's getting himself into trouble. 9-7, and too much focus on trying to hit winners and not build the position. It's a little panicky at this point. Game plan not being adhered to. That's a beautiful touch. He should have volleyed that ball if he could have done, but he couldn't. And again, Tarek up there early, and again early, and oh, that should have been a... Oh, genius, genius! Just fantastic hands. That really should have been a stroke, but Tarek just saying, I'll take that if you're going to put it on my racket. Good Lord, that was fantastic hands. And Chatrani despondent, knowing that things are passing before him that were opportunities, and now looking dim and distant. And the decision making from Veer Chatrani, combined with the superior court craft and tactical craft of Marwan Tarek, take us to a 5th game. Absolute genius from Marwan Tarek, able to get his hands on a ball that was barely off the end of his nose. Veer Chatrani seeing his 2-glove lead slip away, and now I would say the upper hand, there it is, genius that by Marwan Tarek. The upper hand now transferred to Marwan Tarek, the momentum with him, with all of his experience, likely to come out and just shut the game down. Chatrani needing to dig deeper than perhaps he's ever dug before in collegiate squash to break through. Back in 30 seconds. And you saw Coach David Palmer on the left-hand side there exhorting his player to one more great effort with some discipline thrown in, not to give the match away to this brilliant match player, Marwan Tarek. He just can't afford to make errors. Tarek will just suck him up and shut him down. Tarek will literally suck the room out of the air now and play very, very tight. That one error that Tarek put in the tin, just so unusual, and I don't expect to see any more of that. Not completely unforced, I might be wrong, but now a very difficult situation for Chatrani because Tarek will be rampant. Playing with quality. But that's a good width. That's the way to do it, is with the initial quality depth to create openings. But just it can't be in the tin that early. I mean, if you've been working hard, this is just, I mean, music to the Marwan Tarek ears. Just don't make me work for it, just give it to me. That's it, just absolute collapse. 3-1. Frustrating, but he is capable of great things, Chatrani, so perhaps he'll steady up and come back. That's 3-1 down, difficult situation. Tarek just absolutely inexorable on that quality length. It's a little bit loose there, but again, back to the quality length. It's like sealing the game shut, giving nothing away. Oh, it's a lovely wrong footer. Oh, that's a stroke. So Chatrani has really got to hit some quality length, get in front, wrong foot Tarek, use his movement against him, but he may have missed his opportunity, I feel, here. Still quite surprising that Tarek would make a mess of that. 2-4, Chatrani in the fifth game of this remarkable quarterfinal match between the number 7 seed and the number 2 seed in this Pool Cup, first division of the National Championships of the College Squash Association. Lovely hold, but good work by Chatrani to get there, but that quality of length is just brilliant. A second bounce in the neck, nothing to hit. (5-2). Big advantage here to Marwan Tarek, who's really working the lines of the court and turning the screw on the inspirational Chatrani. Better width and length from both players actually in this running. Oh, early short there from Chatrani. He can't really resist the front of the court, but there you go. See, I mean, I understand why he can't resist it, because from time to time he hits shots of such genius that he must be persuaded that he can do it at will, but clearly he can't because of the tin rate that we've seen. Oh yeah, let played, and Tarek trying to squeeze every advantage he can out to get that one more point to keep the daylight. He doesn't want Chatrani catching up to him. He doesn't want it to be even a competitive last few points. He wants it to be clear. Chatrani just his body language is a little bit loosey-goosey for me. Just I hope he hasn't lost belief or not maintaining belief. Oh, you see, that's unfortunate, but Chatrani was static as he hit that shot, and Marwan Tarek knew it as the guy was hitting it. He knew that he could get in on the back of him and get the stroke. Just so clever a match player. Oh, that's a great hold. I don't know how he got that back, but he did. 6-3, the daylight's back. That's a little bit too ambitious. Oh.
7-3.
The other side of the coin of inspiration is, of course, madness. Very little separates the two. And you sort of can't have one without the other. 7-3, Marwan Tarek moving steadily towards the semi-finals. Unless something alters dramatically, I suspect that that's where he is headed. Great widths by both players. That's extreme quality. Oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. One moment he hits the tin, the next minute he feathers it into the neck with such panache and touch. 4-7. Not impossible, but the odds are against it based on the error ratios we've seen up until this point. Good width. That's a good ball. And it's another beautiful cut, and that's a stroke. 5-7. He just really needs 6 brilliant points in a row. It's not asking too much. Whereas Marwan Tarek needs to be the tough, disciplined match player that he has so often been to deliver for the Crimson. Yes.
And that 8-5.
8-5. Crucial moments in this quarterfinal match. I hope both players play all of the points out and that we don't get into any nasty lets and strokes. That's such a good width and length. I don't know how Chatrani got that out. Was a nasty little boast. Back wall post there. Oh, gorgeous touch. Gorgeous. Caressed.
And that 6-8.
It barely kissed the front wall. 6-8. Still hanging around via Chatrani. Yeah, not going for anything mad at this point. Very tight. Quality from both players here. Very cagey. Not letting anything slip. Brilliant speed to get that ball. Tarek has another tight ball. Well done. Oh, brilliant. I mean, I fully expected that to hit the tin because he was overstretching there, but he managed to hold his balance. He's got himself back to 7-8. Tarek, very steady. At this point, both players have got to realize that good work brings its own rewards, and they've got to do good work.
And that 9-7.
Such are the fine margins between success and disaster. 9-7. Marwan Tarek. Tight return. Beautiful float there from Tarek. Also very good. Oh, it's quality from both players. Very good quality. Sudden change. Brilliant that lob. That's trouble. I don't know how he managed to get that out, but it was trouble. Oh, it's a good ball. He's still alive. Great pickup. Both players playing well here. Oh, very quick, and he's there. Unbelievable. Incredible athleticism from both of these players. What a genius rally. I'm applauding here in the studio. There's so much going on in that rally. It's difficult to keep up with. 8-9. Shatrani hanging on to the bootstraps of Marwan Tarek. That was a rally worthy of this match. Both players fully extended, and it resulting in a quality end rather than a mistake. Ooh, that's trouble. Very good width. Another good cross court. Oh, that's trouble. Good pickup. Oh, the ball called not up. It was carried. 9-all. Oh my God, the verge of reality. 9-all. Who's got the cool hand? I hope there isn't a tin. I hope it's one engineered by quality. It's very good width. Very difficult to keep that controlled. Oh, no let given. No let given. Quite extraordinary. And Marwan Tarek really maybe half hoping for a stroke there, and denied by the referee, which gives Veer Chatrani a slightly unexpected, surprising match ball. Please, whoever wins this point, please win it with quality. Don't lose it with a tin. Oh my word, he's done it. He has done it. What an extraordinary finish to this match. 3 brilliant rallies. And Marwan Tarek, I'm afraid, that is an unexpected and somewhat disappointing end to his collegiate career. Veer Chatrani, extraordinary. That one rally where both players were playing at their full limitation and genius level determined, I suspect, the outcome of this match. And full credit to Veer Chatrani, who I was highly critical of in terms of his error rate, came through when it really mattered, and Marwan Tarek, unfortunately, the great match manager, making an error in judgment on calling for a let and getting a no let. Very, very tough indeed. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, what an afternoon of squash that we have had here at the Arlen Specter US Squash Center. Some terrific play and some unexpected turnarounds. Just magical control, accuracy, some inspirational hand skills. You know, we saw earlier on. Let's have a look at some of these matches. I'm just going to check my notes for you here, folks, because it's worth just mentioning what's been going on here this afternoon. So, obviously, that last match with Veer Chatrani and Marwan Tarek, quite extraordinary. The play of Nick Spizzeri against Ali Hossein, very nearly upending the #1 seed, just demonstrating the quality of squash that we're seeing here in the CSA now. I mean, we're talking about 2 high-level PSA players, one upended by the Cornell #1 and the other nearly upended by a lower ranked player from Penn. And then with the women, obviously we saw that great performance, steady performance from Harvard #1, Marina Stefanoni, and the #1 seed, Siva Subramaniam, really consummate performance. So, what a great day of squash. And again, we've given you that little glimpse of the future through the crystal ball of the CSA. Join us tomorrow for the semi-finals. Thank you.